Alright, cool.
We really do have some clean tables, don't we?
Yeah.
Oh, hi.
I mean, some of you eat outside on the ground.
Yeah. I mean, do we have worms? Do we have an active ecosystem outside?
Yeah, we do.
Amazing.
I mean, you only have to look at the garden to really find that one out.
There's more than just the garden.
I know there's more than just the garden, but the garden is where we cultivate all the rest of it.
I see. The garden has an ecosystem.
Yeah.
Like an entire ecosystem.
So are you goggles on intentionally, or?
Yep.
Fair enough.
I was doing flying earlier.
No, fair.
That, and I have a letter for Mr. Stone, wherever he gets around today. And it seems we have Leviticus here. Hungry?
A little bit.
Oh yeah, I do need to go get some food.
Yes, food is important. Breakfast, important meal of the day, something.
Yeah. Morning, Serafino. Oh, sorry, Leviticus.
Good morning. have tea done in a minute.
Mm-hmm.
You seem tired.
I just wanted to rest my head for a bit.
That's how it starts, and then you have a 4-hour nap.
Well, naps are good for you, though. You should take one.
Oh. Oh no. Oh. Okay. Why does the food like to levitate?
I don't know. It was a prank that they never thought to fix. Couldn't tell you.
You look like you're about to do a dance over there. Yeah.
I
what I
probably
mean.
could.
Just don't smack yourself, I guess.
Wait, me? I don't think it'll hurt very bad if I did.
Fair enough. Oh no.
Oh.
The prank happened to Serafino.
I don't know where it went.
What prank?
The
Well, if
void.
you get hit by a flying piece of fruit.
I blame you if I get hit by a flying piece of fruit.
Nothing like the good old
It was
citrine
all
in your eyes, you know?
Are peaches a form of No, they're not.
I don't know what fruit he was eating. Was it a peach?
I don't even know what I was eating.
Okay.
Alright.
It was edible.
As long as it's edible and juicy, I guess.
Yes. Really get that sweet into your mouth.
Mm-hmm. Huh?
What are you
There
talking
seems to
about?
be a wild citrine
Eating
now,
peaches.
or whatever.
Oh,
No,
morning,
we're talking about.
Good morning.
Good
Morning,
morning.
Molly.
Morning. Oh. Oh. Nothing.
You want one?
Sure.
Also, I don't recognize your uniform.
It's because I'm a professor.
Oh, who are you? Are you one of the replacements for the... Oh no, his painting's still up. Are you like one of the assistant guys?
Mm-hmm.
What's your name?
Howdy.
You can just call me Cerise.
Good morning.
Oh, okay. Well, hi, Hurry. Which house are you assisting with?
Virtues with Vanguard.
Oh!
But then I also help
you're-
with
you're my-
Valkyrie because Ironwood and I
Oh,
are
nice.
also we're kind of a thing.
If anybody wants some fruit, I'll grab like 10.
Oh, like a thing? That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
How long that been?
Feel free to grab some. I could eat it all, but it'd be unfriendly.
A few
of me to
months
not
now.
offer it to everyone else first.
Okay. Congratulations. That's really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. I'm gonna be relying on you. So if you wanna boss me around for the Leviticus,
Please.
Morning.
I'm just tired.
that's impressive.
Lose my house.
I can hold it for you.
Yeah. Sadly, I wasn't able to talk to Mr. Copperbeard yet.
It's okay.
Class. Send him a letter wherever he is.
This is true. We may be busy with council duties often, but I'll send him that.
How are we doing this morning?
You?
Crazy.
You're a bit short, but that's it.
Trash hole. Go down trash hole. How do I go trash hole? Oh my god, this is
It'll go through eventually.
Okay.
By the way, for you, my pointers and whatnot.
Yes.
I'm happy to hear.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Miss Reese. You have a good morning so far?
So far, yes.
Oh, I put a piece of meat.
Hi. Ah.
Hello, Yashishi. Good morning.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Oh?
Did you
Professor,
get breakfast,
Did you take a piece of
Yazashi?
meat that was by the door?
No.
That's Leviticus's. I think.
I was just
I
asking
think
if
so.
they did take it, but yes.
My floor meat? I can't even see it. I thought somebody stole it.
Huh?
That's why I was asking if they
Your
took it.
floor meat.
Oh.
Yeah, there was a piece of meat on the floor by the door.
That was my meat on the floor. It's floor meat.
Oh.
Oh.
Floor.
Okay.
See.
Interesting.
Mm.
You guys are headmistress?
I sup-
I wonder what kind of lessons you're gonna have today.
I think it's continuing his lessons today. I don't know about anything else.
We'll hear about it.
Yeah.
Good morning,
Morning,
headmistress.
headmistress.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I wish
How
I
you
had a
doing?
little salt for this egg.
I'm fine. Virtue's
Where you're from?
not today.
Yeah.
He's not coming
these-
back till Monday.
Oh, good.
You
That means
sound
I'm in
tired.
charge of the vanguard.
Yes. I was out for 2 weeks because Relifan and I had to have a meeting. And
Oh,
she's
lovely.
very difficult to get meetings with. So.
What?
I wonder if that's my floor.
You know, I envy how everyone can act so carefree. Respect it, though.
Right.
Okay.
Peace before the storm, I suppose.
Yes.
I mean, it's also the choice
Hi,
of
Bill.
what you want to do, Professor.
Of course. I just
Hi,
meant
Professor
in
Fontaine.
their families.
Hello.
So
Hello,
far, it
Bill.
doesn't seem as if there's any other students who are at least outside. No, it's at least.
2 just went out.
There you go.
Your son and,
No, I mean outside on.
oh, the other ones.
In terms of, yes, like
Practice
outside
is all.
of the campus right now.
Thank you.
As far as I
I don't
know,
know
they're
what you
still
got, so it's got a
inside
handful.
the school, but
You sure you're okay?
Thanks.
you know, not out and about like
Yeah,
in
there
the
you go.
garden or anything.
Thank you.
Mm.
Which is good.
I don't know what I'm gonna do with the rest of this.
I might need you and Cerise to take over today
There you
with
go.
Sayori. I have scripture to translate out of Fae.
Hold out your hands.
Interesting.
And I
Oh,
might
yeah.
need to docket
Thank you.
5 more meetings
Better than wiping out
in
on
the
my
next
sleeves.
week.
Well, if it's runic language, then you know that at least myself and Cerise can help out with hopefully deciphering it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, that was the plan. I'm just translating the language parts, the runic parts. I'm leaving that to you to do not have time.
Fair enough. If there's anything I can't figure out, I'm sure that Cerise will be able to figure out at least.
Yes.
Yeah.
But how runic language changes every so often, it wouldn't be surprised me if
Morning.
they come up with just new forms of, well, just runic languages in general, or just any new types of sigils. There's bound to be at some point something that even I don't find out.
In the words of Oberon, common is the slut language. Runes could also do the same thing if they had a version of it.
It's so
Amalgamation of the languages.
true. It's so true.
words?
Let's just say he has very select words, and he only says them when he's good mood.
Precisely.
What are the sluts like?
No, common.
Common.
I heard slut headmistress. I'm not going to lie, and that's why I had to double check
No,
the
no, no.
language there.
No, that's correct. Common is the slut language.
Okay.
is the slut
Alright.
language? Because it's mixing of a lot of other languages. Elf, Fae, Spriggan, the Lycanborns, Faeborns, Beastkinborn in general.
I say it's going to be a long day. I guess.
Common mixes it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, what are you two doing?
Morning, Idris. Morning.
What is going?
We have plenty of food.
Just another day then.
This one's mine.
Oh my goodness.
Say, you don't have to worry about
Not
stealing
run
one
around
another's
like a
food.
child.
We have plenty of food. I should know because I'm the one who has to always bring it in from the damn ports.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, do we need anything else? Like, do you need to check for any shipment for anything else? School-wise, for any
There
resources?
will be some shipments from Mithins, Fairies, stuff is coming in. Alongside some greetings for her class, for her continuation course. It's already ordered, it's just coming in.
Okay, then I'll make sure that I check the docs to make sure that everything is...
We also need to get more medals for the blacksmith.
I'll make sure to put an order in then.
Thank you. I'm gonna. Yes, I'll leave it on your office. I do need to place special orders for Mithin because I need to get their enchanted ores.
I see. Fair enough then. Just make sure if you put medals, then if you haven't ordered it already, just hand me the list and I'll see to it that everything gets ordered.
Yeah, that was the plan. I'll give you a list, don't worry.
If my father is finally back from at least his bit of a trip, he informed me that he has just been...
It's still there. It's still there.
Well, shipments, but sadly, no one was able to actually provide him an answer. So far, he is just making sure that, at least from my family side, that everything is on tight watch.
No box. I use my claws. I'm a dignified lady of pride.
Box.
I don't want the bags. You know what?
We are certainly a functional group.
I can't move your shit!
And you've gone and done it. This is why we can't have nice things.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Just please.
How to be
let's
sent to the god fucking void.
yes, let's please just leave the box alone for now. It's to avoid that
I have to do
happening
the
again.
virtues. Fuck, I'm using his runes. Fuck this. I'm not dealing with going and screaming at kids. My voice is enough tired from meetings.
Understandable. I do not envy that position.
No one does. That's the depressing part.
Also true.
I will admit it's going to be rather interesting today, teaching about vampires, and the one vampire at our school is not here.
That is
So it
true.
is also going to
What?
be rather interesting. That one of the races I'm teaching today is vampires, and the one vampire we have at our school is currently still out dealing with, well, familial matters.
Aja.
It is
What?
going to be rather entertaining when a bunch of the students, at least from what I've noticed, a few still think that at least Serafino is a vampire, and
No, he's
it's
an
going to be
elf.
rather people would assume vampire because of his magic.
Okay, yeah, no, that checks out. That part checks out. But he has
Yes,
long
that part
ears.
definitely checks
Elves
out.
don't, or vampires don't get long ears very often. They have marks over their throat.
True. But again,
But to say,
remember,
they have
it very quickly he was like, oh yes, it is blood magic, so meaning that it is in a vampire. It's like, that's
I'm
a
sorry.
stereotype.
Your student was
That is cute,
caught
I
me
know.
off guard. He's your house, isn't he?
Yes, I know. He is.
You
Oh,
definitely
nice.
seem to have
Random.
the special ones.
Okay. That should be everyone, correct? I'm not going.
I believe so. I might be missing a few, but I'm not too sure.
I know that Wilhelm and
Nako are
Nako.
still.
Yes, they're in bed currently. They're not here.
Yes.
Something about Nako's magic explogency.
Yes. They're. Well, Nako is more so making sure that, for the most part, their magic is stable before they at least leave their room. Last thing they need is anything going just haywire.
Yes. So those two are fine. Is everyone else? Oh, they're here.
Oh, and there is Nako as well.
It
So-
seems a majority are here, correct? Am I not?
I
am I going
believe that is
schizophrenic?
everyone.
Okay, then I'm just going to start this shit. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. Good morrow, everyone. If you cannot hear me, please come forward. We're just going to make this quick to get on through your day. You'll be having 2 lessons today. One will be done by Professor Fontaine. He'll be doing another races class. He will be explaining that when it is his time. The secondary class will be held by Miss Sayori. She will be hosting a class on oraclemancy. I believe primarily astrology. She can correct me. Virtues will not be here until Monday alongside Professor Alphonse. So if you have any questions about Vanguard, please go to Professor Cerise. She'll be here as the professor for Vanguard for the week. Besides that, I believe Ironwood is not due for today. So if you have any Valkyrie questions, go to the professors or have them contact me and I'm happy to help you until he gets back. Without further ado.
I believe Ironwood is still handling matters back home,
Yeah, that's what I thought,
helping
too.
his mother move, and
Ironwood would
Yes.
just went up.
Yes.
Nevertheless, I will pass it over to Fontaine and Sayori to explain their classes. It'll be first with Fontaine, so help yourself. Have fun. I'm tired. That is all.
keep things brief for those who were not here. Last week I did cover at least 4 of the races, those being,
Yeah.
if I recall correctly, it was, yes, slimes, angels, doppelgangers, and blossom heifers for those who possibly wish to learn about those from last week. Then you, of course, can see me after Miss Sayori's lesson and after my lessons have concluded for today. However, for today, I'll be going over another 4 races for the Vandiles, that being vampires, gargoyles, merfolk, and giants today. So for any of you who wish to learn more about any of these specific races, then you, of course, may see me in the classroom, and about I want to say 10 to 15 minutes after announcements are done, then I will be starting my lesson there. I'll leave it to you then, Sayori, for...
I didn't want to use the mic. But...
Too bad, now you have to. It's retribution for the box.
You needed the box?
I just realized... No, I'm genuine. No. Good afternoon, everyone. So today I will be hosting a lesson after Mr. Fontaine's class on oraclemancy and astrology. I will actually be doing the class in the virtual room after Fontaine's class. And that's it for me.
Yeah, you do this.
All right, and
when your class is starting. That's what I'm done.
Alright, and with that, in about 10 to 15 minutes, I'll be starting my next lesson on races within the Vandiles. Other than that, announcements are concluded for the day. On the bright side, Cerise, you actually get to handle Virtue's job for the day, it seems.
Yes, I also get to handle Ironwood's job for the day as well.
Yes. To handle...
Since I technically cover both now.
Yeah, so you get to handle your fiance's... or... fiance or husband. I forgot if you end up doing...
I mean, considering... considering the fact that I'm carrying his offspring, I think spouse is more acceptable.
Fair enough, yes. I'll say spouse just for the sake of it, but considering the fact that you are 1, his spouse, and 2, you are Virtue's assistant, so... I wish you the best of luck. I mean, hey, at least they don't have to worry about a professor today who is usually just very stone-faced. So, there's at least that.
Yes. There is that.
Also because with Ironwood and Virtues, I'm pretty sure I can count how many times both of them smile in total on one hand.
I hate that you're right.
Stained glass does not count.
No, that's true. I hate that you're right.
But regardless... Let's see, I'm trying to think now. I have individuals I can grab for different lessons. I've got a gargoyle I can grab. I don't think the only one I can't is a vampire, so I'm sadly won't have a visual for any of that. Well, we'll do.
Yeah, you can make do.
But regardless, I've already gone ahead and left behind food for Virtue's plant since he's not going to be here today anyway. So
oh yeah, that's true.
At least that saves you the trouble of having to do that.
Yes.
Yes.
They don't like me for some reason.
Good to see you again, Leviticus. Good to see that little one again. Hopefully they have at least gotten a bit more control over their very explosive magic. Last thing I need is to hear that Cube ended up causing an explosion with Leviticus, or due to Leviticus.
That would definitely be concerning.
Uh,
Why are they stacking meat by the door?
Leviticus is. He's something.
Yes.
It makes it worse
yes,
when I
yeah.
point this out. He's technically in your household.
Oh no, I know this. They introduced themselves earlier.
Yes, he's a unique one. Yeah, well, regardless, should go ahead and at least see who I'm going to grab as, well, in a sense, my little, well, display pieces for my lesson today.
Yes.
Thinking I might have it be Miss Viviana unless Minna shows up. But more than likely, Miss Viviana, Mrs. Stone, and, well, it'll have to be either Mr. Wilhelm or Mr. Europa that I use for the giant section. We'll find out.
One of them may be more willing than the other.
That is true. That is very, very true, actually, now that I think about it. But luckily enough, it seems as if today is going to be, well, for the most part, rather calm.
Yes.
Good to see you.
Hi, Dad. Question. Is it true Xander's expelled?
Sadly, yes, he is currently not a student at the school. Mostly due to, the whole situation of, well, a few choice words he had back during our Israel trip, but currently he is not permanently expelled. It is currently just a matter of he is allowed to at least be given a chance to come back. However, he has to certainly make at least show improvement, as well as I have decided to take it upon myself to be the one to more so choose when is a good time that he is able to at least come make his case. For now, he's currently at least recovering from surgery, and in about, I want to say, next week or two, he's going to start actually undergoing night training under Chambers, actually.
So I guess that night training's finally happening. At least that's good.
Yes. Chambers is one of the most ruthless individuals when it comes to training. He is certainly not going to make things easy for him, but he does understand that
Xander should be able to handle himself.
Trust me, I don't even think any of our second years here would be able to handle training from Chambers, even in the current state. The closest one would probably be Bjorn, and even then that's pushing it.
Well, I'm glad I've decided to, keep things nice and easy on everyone.
As for...
It's not as bad as the other training when I broke my arm.
I mean, I was gonna have all of you hide, and I was gonna hunt you down one by one.
In Chambers' own words, also, he has stated that the worst...
I don't like the feeling of that.
Exactly, which is why I didn't do it.
Keep in mind also with Chambers, he has stated that Xander, after his training is done, he's going to wish that the broken fingers was the least of his worries.
Also, wouldn't that like traumatize some people that are usually like hunted or basically the like line kind of things?
Well,
possibly.
I'm pretty sure that I'm fairly certain that Cerise isn't going to just, do it to the students who have, where that can possibly be an issue. It's more so just the ones that, basically to sum it up, if Cerise isn't going to just willingly go ahead and have that sort of training of hunting a student if it's possibly going to make them just outright panic.
Yes. Well, the vast majority of the exercise was mostly going to be, you hide, I find you, and when I do find you, I just tap you on the shoulder.
I was having a feeling of Cavalry and Vanguard having a training bit together, or at least a session on basically formations with each class having certain ones, and then they actually do that fight bit and see what they can both do to be better with it. Basically a 4v4, I guess, but each from each class, I guess.
Speaking of which, I do have to make sure that at least the letter I sent over to Chambers may at least reached him. I gave him specific orders
that
as to...
letters from my family are now coming in, and because I'm sending one letter.
I have to make sure that Chambers is aware of his... At least I gave him specific orders of what he is allowed to and what he is not allowed to do when it comes to training with Xander. Because if I give Chambers free reign, then oh my goodness, I don't even want to know what in the world Chambers will do at that point.
Chambers already dislikes Xander heavily, so him doing the training is gonna be already.
Oh, you should have seen when he started training me when I first started. He got me with it. Oh, knowing Xander, he's probably going to fall for that trick. More so.
Where exactly is a trick?
Chambers calls it the rules of the class, aka he usually will start with saying something such as, rule number 1, no talking during my lessons, and he'll then ask if someone has a question. I rose my hand, asked a question, and he proceeded to slam me into the wall.
I
Understandable.
One of those.
That sounds like one of the old teachers of the monastery when they got really angry and he tried asking a question that annoyed him. They'd do that.
Yes, Chambers is surprisingly strong given his size, but of course it's nothing like Ironwood, but still, he is not someone to be taken lightly. He's nimble on his feet, and he knows certainly how to take at least certain opponents who are fairly larger than him down.
Yeah.
The worst thing he's ever done when it comes to training with me is that he has managed to at least leave me-shaped dents in walls. And I've gotten my head put through glass at least a couple of times, but luckily enough, nothing too drastic.
Some police shoes with head through glass, but still.
But
I
have to make sure. I made sure to specify for Chambers that at least with his training, he's allowed to, at least, he's given at most some free reign. The only rules are he is not allowed to try and traumatize. He is not allowed to traumatize and or put Xander in any situation that may put him in near death. Because of course I want him to learn how to be a knight, but I'm not going to have him do. If it's just going to leave him just...
he can exasperate that bit and have that training make him go to the inch of his life.
Oh, I know. And that one I'm completely fine with, but as long as he is not going to ever put it at the point of Xander, will die. He's not going to put him to that point. He's not allowed to... Basically, if it's a situation that could possibly get Xander killed, he's not allowed to do that. And if it's anything that could possibly traumatize him, he's not allowed to do that either. I would rather him be able to actually get proper knight training, but at the same time, if I give Chambers too much of free will, next thing you know, everyone could just... You'll see Xander walk through the door, people clap and cheer, and he'll just start freaking out. And that's the last thing I need.
That's the last thing any of us need.
Yeah, that'd be bad.
We
already have Europa who panics every time the teacher appears.
Yes, anytime any of us just disappears and then reappear.
But I am going to at least give periodic check-ins on Xander to make sure that at least he is doing well in terms of his training, as well as I've gone ahead and taken some free reign to inform Miss Mika and at least give her the location of my home, so that way If she needs to
Is there
stop
any
by
chance that
and
I'd
do
be
any
able
sort
to
of
visit
medical checks.
Xander at all, or no?
I'd have to talk with Chambers. It's all dependent on his schedule for what he has planned for his presenter's training, but I don't see a reason why you wouldn't be able to.
Yeah, if we can, but at least we want to go and visit Xander. Is it okay? I give you a letter to get. I give you a
Of
letter
course,
to get
that's
the
fine.
Xander. If we can.
That's completely fine.
Okay.
That does remind me, I do need to speak to actually Miss Irenaeus and Mrs. Stone later, but that's more for after a lesson. For now, I've got about 3 minutes till it starts, so I should be on my way.
Yeah, it's.
I'm so close to making that teleport to work.
Yeah, I got actually later about something. Honestly, how to make a teleportation device.
Yeah, he would
Oh,
definitely
that.
be the one to ask, not me.
Yeah.
Because I'm still technically here.
That was yeah.
Whereas
Yeah,
Fontaine
here's the
actually
thing,
does.
It wasn't that. It was actually about something with Valkyrie training.
Oh.
Because here's the thing. We have this level of training, we have lessons and everything. The problem is there's not.
That's a tiny little thing.
There's not much actual proper, the stuff we can get our actual hands to actually practice on medical stuff. And I was hoping, instead of knowing runes and things like that on like dolls, we can get some medical training dummies to help with healing, medicine, things like that.
It's possible, yes. I mean, Fontaine and I can probably cook something up with our runes.
Yeah, actually something like that to give everyone else make actual chance to actually train properly on medical.
Maybe.
Yeah. Something like you're probably more easier to deal with like terms like medical, like you can, but you have mostly close to make of a human anatomy. Of course, with some
I'm the one person that's been actually surprisingly studying medical, so even though I'm not Valkyrie.
Yeah.
Because I do combat, but I'm also doing Centurion stuff, but I'm also doing Valkyrie stuff. I don't.
Yeah. You ever need help with that? It was actually I'm one of the ones that actually besides.
I'm the one person that technically shouldn't count as a vanguard, but I'm technically a vanguard. I am an all-rounder person in the school, I guess.
Again, Marsh is basically the same thing.
I mean, that's exactly what I am. Do you have any idea how hard it was for Virtues and Kasawi to figure out which house to put me in? I technically fit in all 4.
Yeah. Yeah. Without, of course, anything like that, or if you want to help learn alchemy, I can also help with that. Learn potions.
I've been actually slowly studying on alchemy. Been actually doing actual in the alchemy area, trying to actually figure that out.
I can help you at least make sure.
The last one didn't go so well, and it kind of blew up.
You that is a beginner's thing, so don't worry.
It was me, Copperbeard. Copperbeard was teaching me things, and Copperbeard, let's put this in, and it just blew up, and I had to now recover from 3rd-degree burns.
You see, that's really the thing about alchemy. Sometimes you want to see how things are and things go off. That is part of the whole process. Trust me.
That, and I almost made some of the plants in there wither. So I'm gonna try my best to. I don't trust Copperbeard helping me with alchemy stuff as much. He's really a great helpful person, but the certain things he knows, he'll teach me. I guess he taught me a thing that can make things wither, and I didn't know he was teaching me that of all things.
No, don't worry. I know exactly, since I have to look. Oh my God, trust me, going Geoflow, you're gonna have to learn alchemy and engineering by my side. So luckily, the actual steam line process, I can help you.
the best way
okay.
with alchemy, I've learned to make metals into liquids. That's the coolest bit. So now I can hand it to Wilhelm to forge.
You
That
could,
does
yes,
make it
but I
easier,
could-
yes.
I could, yeah, but I again.
Also,
I
it's
could
class
make
time if you're gonna
proper-
go to Virtue or
Yeah,
Fontaine's
Virtue.
class.
Oh,
Yeah, that's right.
yeah.
Virtue's isn't here. I'm in charge of you. And Ironwood's not here, so I'm in charge of you.
Yeah. Jacob's not here. Yeah, no. You're literally. Yeah. In terms of Kyo, if you want to act like I can.
It's
help you with
fine.
an
I can
actual
take care of
proper
myself. Or Fontaine's gonna be keeping an eye on me.
Yeah.
Fine.
So yeah, my question. It's not good for a stone man who can't bend. My body wasn't made to do this.
It's fine, you got this.
I do got it. Just saying, someone should check the
I
framework
believe in
of
you.
this thing.
I believe in you.
Honestly, this needs.
It does
to
need to be
raised at least
taller.
a
It does
little
need to
bit.
be taller, yes.
I barely fit.
Do you mean
I
if you
have to
widened out? Like it's very cramped
Yeah,
as well.
Professor Cerise, I believe in myself. It's just
Like,
the
if it was-
actual problem.
Okay, if it was
Yes.
only the year two, like either year twos.
This is any other fish. I think you're trying to get close.
I have so many questions. Fish can have jobs.
They can.
No.
Fair enough.
Well, a little
There should be one at least by the stack of papers over there if you need
And
one.
the clownfish folk.
Oh, there it is.
They were just needing a pencil.
Got it.
I'm being chased. I don't want to burn the fox.
Don't worry, everything will be okay.
Trust me, it's going to be a nightmare when we get to the Beastkin lesson.
Oh, I know, I'm not looking forward to it.
I'm not either. That is... Trying to save that one for last because that is going to take the longest. And I know for a fact the moment I cover that one, it's going to just be... That's the only one for that day.
Yes, yes, it will be.
What's happening? Why's all the cursed sticks happening?
I don't know what's happening.
Okay, this is my my burden to bear.
Also, I would probably suggest hitting the little crystal just in case you need at least
I don't know anything about the races that you're going to talk about today. I have nothing to add. I'm just here.
Well, more so, tell you what, one thing that would be helpful, if there's anyone in the back who has any questions, since I'm usually up here, if you see anyone in the back who has their hand raised for a question, at least try to relay it to me.
That I can do.
Yes, that would at least be useful. Also because, trust me,
Good try.
Virtues wanted a large room, which I understand, but my goodness, it's hard to hear anyone in the back.
It is, it really is.
Alright then.
Even with my better hearing.
Alright then. Boss, welcome everyone.
Launch into the air. Will you catch me like a football player if you do?
Please, Leviticus, no, we are not tossing you around like football.
Oh, okay.
Or any sort of ball for that matter. I would rather not the students toss each other around. But, regardless.
Bonding exercise.
It's good to see all of you here again.
I'm just gonna stand.
Now, as of course I mentioned before I get on with at least the next 4 races that I'll be covering today, for anyone who wasn't here last week, there was Blossom Heifers, Doppelgangers, Angels, and lastly, Slimes. So, for any of you who wish to at least learn about those from last week, you can of course find me after today's lessons. And of course after... Mine will be Miss Sayori's after about, I want to say 10 to 15 after this lesson ends. But for today, we'll be covering another 4 races for the Vandiles, that being the following. We'll be covering Giants, Merfolk, Vampires, and lastly Gargoyles. Of course, some of them a bit more common, some of them a little bit less common, but as with all things, I make sure to at least give you as much of the broad information that you will at least need when you come across these different races in your travels, whether it be during your time here or even outside the school. No, because I usually like doing this. Let's see. We'll go with Rupert. Out of the four I've listed, gargoyles, vampires, giants, and... oh my goodness, what was the last one? Merfolk. Pick one. Which one would you like to learn about?
Gargoyles.
Oh, an interesting one then. Very good start too. And splendid, because I've already got 2 gargoyles here with me already. So, to make things easier, Mr. Stone, if you could, make your way over here to the front. That way, make things a lot more unique.
Yes, sir.
Now, keep in mind when it comes to gargoyles around the Vandals, they're not always going to come in they come in various different shapes and sizes, obviously. They're individuals who are created. You'll typically find them either in the Feylands or even in parts of Yanxi. But of course, gargoyles, not only do they tend to be there more commonly, you will find them in different areas. Because again, as stated, they are individuals, they're a race that is created. Now, when it comes to at least gargoyles, they come in all different types. You can find really ones made of amber, some made out of crystal, even some out of lapis, emerald, you name it, all sorts of different materials. However, when it comes to gargoyles, the thing that gives them, of course, at least their sentience and their life is the core that is within their body. Of course, this core can be located in all sorts of different areas. It can range from, for example, a shoulder, an eye, back of the head, right by the abdomen, you name it. It's all a matter of the creator of said gargoyle in general. Though, while it does also give them life, it does act as a big glaring weakness for a gargoyle, so it is one thing to keep note of, whether it is one that is at least an opponent of yours, or if it is one that is your ally on the field. A damaged core is the one thing you want to make sure you tend to first. Of course, gargoyles are easily tampered with when it comes to the core being cracked. So, while of course it can lead to a gargoyle, having substantial damage, a cracked core does not necessarily mean that they're going to perish. Of course, in order to fully return a gargoyle to its statue-like state, it would have to be shattered in its entirety. Yes, Miss Viviana?
Sorry, I had to clear my throat.
Oh.
Sorry.
No worries. Along with that, they sadly cannot be healed by natural means. So, for example, anything of the normal triage or any sort of natural medicines, it's not going to work on a gargoyle due to, of course, their body being made of quite literally just stone. Whether it's stones, different types of emeralds, you name it, even something as tough as obsidian, whatever they're made of. So, of course, for example, on, let's say, someone such as Polly, you can use standard healing spells and such on him. You are going to want to use something more akin to mending on a gargoyle such as Stone, or even Mr. Selrin, or even Onyx, two of the other gargoyles that we have here at the school. Along with that, keep in mind that the other detriment when it comes to a gargoyle is their speed. While most gargoyles do have wings to at least aid them with at least being able to travel around in the air, keep in mind their running speed is not always going to be the best. You're not necessarily going to, be losing one in a foot race, so to speak. Keep in mind, though, when it comes to that, though, it does aid the fact that while they're not necessarily the fastest on land, they do make up for it with their insurmountable strength. Gargoyles are known to be able to carry at least objects that can range from about half their size, about a half a size larger, even twice their size, depending on the gargoyle. Along with that, they act as essentially living disguises. They are able to, as the wording would imply, they are able to blend in very much with their surroundings. Most people tend to view gargoyles, if they're not moving around, as merely just that, a statue. So, for example, if I were to have Mr. Stone at least remain stationary in one area, he can act as essentially blending in, and to those who are unaware of Mr. Stone, he would just simply come off as just a statue with just some clothing and a hat on. And on top of that, no need to even have to make armor for a gargoyle, as they're rather difficult being able to put dents into, being able to withstand a lot of more heavier blows. But of course from a wider range of weaponry, of course not indestructible. Similar to how myself and even individuals such as Mr. Buell, who are starborn, were able to take a lot more blunt force damage. So can a gargoyle. Yes, Mr. Leviticus.
How does that work for like their stamina and stuff though? Do they still get winded from fighting too long or running too long or anything like that? Or is that effective?
When it comes to gargoyles, you'd be surprised actually. They don't have to worry about stamina since, well, again, not really. Well, to be more specific, a gargoyle isn't one that's going to be really tired out in the physical sense, but if they do expel too much of their mana, then of course they are going to end up feeling more exhaustion from that sense. So while, yes, you can certainly rely on someone like Stone to be able to walk long distances without ever at least feeling any need to rest. If he does end up in combat for a long time or expelling too much of his mana, then he will have to take time in order to at least recover it and let his body at least do the natural form of recovering its mana. As is, well, while he doesn't gargoyles don't typically have the same mana vein structure as anyone else here, the core does act as still a large source for them to at least store their mana in. Now, does anyone have any other questions before I go on to the next section on gargoyles? Alright then. Moving on, when it comes to gargoyles, as I stated, you're going to find them mostly in the Feylands and in Yanxi, though you can find them in other areas, though keep in mind, as I said before, it's not going to be as common, mostly because gargoyles don't tend to travel much, if at all really. They tend to stay with essentially their leader. Typically is either someone that they are assigned to or individuals who have created them. And most gargoyles tend to be rather silent. You don't tend to find ones who are, well, that talkative, which makes Stone more of a unique case as well, since, well, as you already know, Stone is at least quite the social individual. Along with that, there tend to, of course, along with that, gargoyles are more akin to being very overprotective, and when it comes to their assignments, they're very akin to making sure that they get the job done. They, as is usually how they're built, they're ones who want to make sure that whatever task they are given to the end, to its end, no matter what. And sadly, in history, it does lead to some cases of obviously gargoyles meeting their end with their cores being destroyed, but it is all in a matter of them doing what they are tasked with, whether it be defending an area or even as much as just a singular individual. Along with that, they tend to also just find, well, at least in Yanxi, more specifically from my experiences, and some other recorded cases, some gargoyles tend to more so take comfort in just being essentially crouched in different decorative areas, more so trying to find places to, in a sense, not only do their job of protecting certain areas or individuals, but they use it as a means of just comfort. It tends to be, at least for most gargoyles, it's, how do I best put this? It's a natural home for them. On top of that, the gargoyles can also have a large variation of personalities. And depending on their personality, they can also be very heavily expressive. You could find ones that are basically on the other end of the spectrum. While most gargoyles aren't going to be necessarily talkative, the ones that you do find, they are going to usually be very heavily expressive. Along with that, gargoyles, keep in mind they are usually much like Starborn in the sense that they learn as they go. Gargoyles are usually ones who, unless they are already given said knowledge on, for example, a certain region or individuals of the like, or any sort of just magic, whatever you may name it, whatever knowledge you give them, that's usually what they'll already have with them. But aside from them, gargoyles are usually ones who are just akin to learning naturally, whether it be from other individuals or just from their surroundings. Now, that covers at least gargoyles. And thank you very much, Mr. Stone. Oh, yes, Leviticus?
You mentioned their mana veins being irregular earlier. Do parts of their body being destroyed throw off their mana flow at all, or?
Sadly, yes.
Healing doesn't work, so.
Yes, when it comes to a core, think of it in the sense of, how do I best put this? Actually, I can use this is perfect because I can actually use stone for this example. So keep in mind with Mr. Stone, if you're comfortable, if you want to show individuals where your core is, as an example, up to you.
I consider everybody here my ally, so I don't see why not. Just let me
So, for Mr. Stone, his core happens to be in his right eye. Of course, keep in mind that the way that mana cores tend to function is, while most individuals, their mana veins are more evenly distributed around their body, core acts as more of the central focus. So, while you'll see more mana focused in this general area, the further away you get from the core, the less mana focus there will be. Though, of course, the core will always do its best to make sure that everything is at least well contained, to make sure that, of course, the gargoyle is given enough mana to, of course, move every part of its body that it needs to move. And to go on with your question, obviously, if Mr. Stone were to, example, lose one of his arms, if it gets knocked off, well, yes, you can still use mending. It is, well, at least removed, it is going to be more throwing off his mana his general mana flow. While his arm is removed, essentially the core is now having to work to make sure that any mana that would be in the removed arm is now evenly distributed everywhere else. It essentially is always doing its best to make sure that mana is evenly distributed throughout his body at all times. And hence why a core is the most important part for a gargoyle.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Alright then. Well, does anyone else have any other questions on gargoyles before I move on? Alright then. Now, that leaves, oh my goodness, these dinosaurs. That leaves vampires, merfolk, and giants. And since you already had answered your question last then, Mr. Leviticus, I'll let you choose of the three which one we'll move on to next.
I like to learn about merfolk. Sounds kind of interesting.
Merfolk? Alright, we'll go on from there. Merfolk, we actually, to best give an example, we've got actually two here at the school. One being actually Miss Viviana, another one you may know, which is Menace. When it comes to merfolk, they're actually more common in Neptune and, surprisingly enough, in Ontario, as some people may not actually know that. When it comes to merfolk, they're born from the ocean floor, and, well, when it comes to, in terms of the waters, pretty much anywhere is pretty much fair area for a merfolk to live in. They tend to breathe in the water around them, and they harness that in order to basically, well, they utilize not only just the water to recover their mana, but they also have just a more, I guess, what's the word, affinity for it. Using, of course, everything from ranging from the tides in order to at least aid them in travel, and along with just having the added benefits of just fins and gills in order to at least help them get around. When it comes to merfolk, they're rumored to also be capable of speaking with other types of aquatic beings, and even akin to how a harpy is able to commune with, for example, the winds. It's rumored that merfolk are able to do so, but just with water. Along with that, most merfolk have adapted the ability to be able to navigate on land. They also utilize this to spread lessons of more so just their culture and such to all different parts of the Vandiles. Along with that, they tend to be fairly curious. They're always they're always trying to learn things, though most people tend to see them as nosy, but I always just view it as curious. There's nothing wrong with wanting to learn things here and there, of course. And though sadly it can come to a detriment, because as with any individual who tends to have high curiosity, when it comes to merfolk, they tend to, as I say before, with any curious individual, they'll sometimes end up wandering or delving into matters that they're even warned not to. Along with that, they are able to at least take advantage of all the different things that the water can at least provide. Things such as being able to swim faster than the average human, along with also being able to float rather easily in the ocean and not having to worry about at least staying afloat, having that, natural buoyancy to them. Along with that, when they're injured, their body tends to their blood tends to more fizzle, and as their blood is, mostly just sea foam instead of typical blood. And on top of that, if, for example, a merfolk happens to lose a limb, whether it be an arm, a leg, anything of the sort, it ends up returning to that of sea foam. Is sadly not something that really is recovered. And sadly, when just killed in general, a merfolk does just their entire body will return back into sea form in order to, as they word it, reunite with the ocean. As I said before, they are born from the ocean, and thus merfolk are seen to just return to the ocean. Along with that, when it comes to merfolk, they have a rather interesting trait when it comes to them. They're actually capable of adding enchantments onto items such as jewelry, weaponry, armor, or it could even just be another person. It doesn't even have to have anything, for example, like clothing attached to you. They can just enchant you themselves. And along with that, though, moving on to more of the disadvantages, when it comes to the merfolk, a big detriment to them is heat. Of course, being that they are from the ocean themselves, high levels of heat, whether it be fire or just even more dry, arid areas, is more detrimental, as a merfolk does have to at least maintain some bit of moisture on their body in order to at least be able to keep going. Too much can at least lead to fainting or, sadly, even them dying. And the general rule is you typically want to make sure that merfolk, they're given at least water or at least they're brought to at least some form of water source every about 5 hours, but in the heat you want to lower that to about 2. Typically, at least a good rule of thumb to keep for anyone who, if you are on the field working with any other merfolk. Along with that, merfolk, when it comes to their diet, they are actually omnivores. So they're capable of not only eating meat such as other fish, or even meat from something like that of a cow or pig, anything of the sort. That they can also eat plant life as well. So it does at least add more, at least usefulness in regards to if you, for example, are on the field and you need to ration out any sort of food. You don't have to worry about, oh, I need to set aside this for example, the merfolk in the group. It adds a bit more, at least, aid there. Though, sadly, they are going to need more food than the average human because it helps to at least maintain their strength and also the form that they're in. Along with that, other advantages are more akin to things of being able to see underwater, not having to worry about things such as how lower you get in the ocean floor. Of course, the closer you get to the ocean floor, the less light there is. Merfolk won't have to worry too much about that. To them, seeing in the dark is closer to just being more in a lit room like this, at least for them. Along with that, when it comes to water spells, they don't have to worry because due to their natural affinity with the water, they're going to be, at least with some minor resistance to basic water spells. But of course, the more severe the spell, obviously it can still inflict damage. Now, does anyone have any questions before I continue on about merfolk? Yes, Leviticus.
If their body is comprised of sea foam, or at least returns to it at some point, does standard healing magic work on them the same that it does other people?
Standard healing magic can work on a merfolk, yes. The main thing when it comes to understanding with how a merfolk's body is comprised of sea foam is their blood and their body is, at the end of the day, they are made of sea foam. Well, in the sense of when they lose limbs, they return to being that of sea foam. Best example I can give is, for example, Viviana or Menace. Both of them being merfolk, their blood is made of sea foam. However, losing their limbs returns their body to that. So the only detriment when it comes to healing is best to try to do so as early as possible to avoid any of their limbs being removed, because sadly, once a merfolk's limb is removed, it will return to sea foam and there is no replacing it. It is just, that is all that there is left. So, hence why, of course, luckily enough with at least work over in regions such as Israel, they've managed to make prosthetics to at least aid more merfolk nowadays to at least help them whenever they end up losing any sort of their limbs. Any other questions? Alright then. Now, keep in mind, similar to gargoyles, you are going to find that there are different types of merfolk as well. Well, I say similar to gargoyles, but similar to just about a good amount of all the different races within the Vandals. You'll find that there are different types. When it comes to at least merfolk, there are really only 3 different types. There are what are called aerial class, an ocean-born, and mermaid-born. As an example of a mermaid-born, right then, there is Miss Viviana. They're having the upper body more of a humanoid, while they have the lower body that being a fin. Keep in mind also that while there are mermaid-born, there are also ones such as ocean-born. Ocean-borns are the ones that they have still those, they have those tailed features, more so having tails, or at least features of that more along the spine or even along the hips, not having the full actual mermaid tail exactly. So you'll find things on wrists, ankles, elbows, calves, even somewhere as along like the hips, or even, for example, possibly by the head and neck. And keep in mind also, the gills will also on an ocean-born, and you'll find it also with a good amount of merfolk in general. The gills tend to be actually around the neck area in general for most of them. Keep in mind, not always the case. Some you'll even find it more so around where the ribs are, but that's still more of a rare case. Keep in mind that also they tend to have, with ocean-born, they tend to stand mostly on 2 feet, and they're actually one of the few that can actually turn into a smaller state of basically the fish that they represent. So, best example I can give, let's say using Menace. I don't believe Menace is actually ocean-born, I could be corrected if I'm wrong there. But saying if Menace is ocean-born, then, for example, they are a crab. Ocean-born would be, in this case, using Menace as an example, they would be able to at least turn into a smaller version of the animal that they are representing. So, in this case, a crab. Along with that, of course, some individuals do view Ocean-born when it comes to the transforming as more of a curse, but they are actually not with one. Being able to change their state is more of akin to a natural thing as part of their race than it being a curse. It's a common misconception. And lastly, there are the aerial class, as they call it. They're basically named after one of the first merfolk who had actually adapted to walk onto land, and of course still being able to maneuver around in the sea. They'll have, similar to Ocean-born, they'll have fins on their body, but typically just on the elbows, ankles, and even on the calves. But of course different from an Ocean-born, where it can range from all sorts of, different areas along with that. Along with that, they're going to have, similar to Ocean-born, you'll find gills mostly on the throat or the rib cage, and in exchange for walking on the land, they are going to at least require what's called either a water bead, which is something that you infuse into your jewelry in order to replenish your water, or they're going to need something similar to Miss Viviana, where it's a bowl on the head. And along with that, of course, if they're not able to find either of those, they will have to resort to, as I stated before, in regards to when I talked about extreme heat, they are still going to have to at least return to some source of water at least every 5 hours or so. Of course, given if it's a hotter area, then it would have to be about every 2 hours. Now, does anyone have any other questions before I continue on? Splendid. Alright then. That just about wraps up everything in regards to, at least, merfolk. Which leaves now vampires and giants. Let's go ahead and we'll pick, actually, Blitz. I'll have you pick. Vampires or giants? Which one do you want to move to next?
Giant sounds hilarious. Might as well go with the tall fucker.
Fair enough, then we'll move on to giants. Now, in mind with giants, to start off, you're going to find them more in the regions of Zirin and in Teria. They're more human-esque figures, and they tend to stand roughly around up to 9 feet in height. They're known to be the strongest within the Vandiles, and even being known as having, for example, combat, having to take even multiple individuals just to take down even one giant. They're very much revered for their strength, and along with their size. And over time, in the Vandiles' history, they learned to expand more of their skills to being more than just, for example, a tank, or even just being purely made to defend, and they've adapted to even being more of potion makers and healers, or in some cases even leaders within different parts of the Vandiles. Along with that, they have very much, how do I best put this? Well, is noted that giants would have this very much godlike figure and very much godlike strength and stature. They are not to be confused with that of, for example, an actual godlike being. Keep in mind that also the elements that they are attuned to, or that the element that they are, for example, is also what tends to run through their body itself, really. Everything from their hair to even parts of their body, such as their arms or legs, will usually fail to match a said element. Along to best give examples, there's one such as Rohala giants, which are known as, well, to best sum it up, is a fire giant. They're born of different embers, whether it be from different fires in the area or even nearby a volcanic region. they'll have parts of their body or even their hair replaced with just fire itself, whether it be more lava or magma or even having plumes of smoke that at least come from the from their heads itself. They're able to they're capable of feats of being able to pull heat from stones, being able to even sense heat around them, which very useful in certain parts of the Vandals where you never know if the area where you're traveling in, whether it be, for example, a mountainous area, there could be at least more so, well, there could be lava underneath the area, and they're very useful for being able to detect that. Moving on, there's also, on the more nature side, you'll find the Feyre giants, which they're born more from the ground. Their body as a whole, or even parts of their body are made of, for example, flora, things like vines, wood, close to things like branches, anything of the sort. And they're capable of, for example, they're capable of massive feats of strength. They're actually revered as, out of all the types of giants, they're revered as the strongest, being able to, noted as having the strength of a tree itself, or even just the trees around them, basically drawing power mostly from nature itself. They're also they tend to be more forest dwellers, obviously due to, of course, their nature. And because of that, you'll mostly find them in places such as Zirin. And along with that, they're able to actually communicate with plant life as well. So, it's not only just, for example, Blossom Havers who are going to be skilled with plant life here in the Vandals. Along with that, there are the Azula Giants, which are, well, to give very simple, born from the water. So, they're going to, well, it's not going to mean necessarily their body parts are replaced with water itself, it's more so with oceanic spells. So, instead of it being more so just water shaped to look like, for example, an arm, it resembles more like a current that is constantly flowing and gives off still that shape. And on top of that, still being able to, since they are born of the water, they're able to sense things such as the currents around them, and they're able to at least navigate through tides without having to fully traverse it. They're able to help direct you in terms of where a current will lead you, whether it be a river or even a stream. And when it comes, lastly, with the Azula Giants, they tend to be more of cave dwellers, so you won't tend to see them, at least on the surface. They tend to be more underground or just within cave-like areas. And lastly, there are the Vala Giants, which are more seen as cloud giants, mostly due to, obviously, when it comes to the parts of their body, they're made of clouds themselves. They're able to create strong winds to fill an entire cavern. They're able to even, of course, they're seen as the most reliable and even the most controlling of the giants, at least from records showing of past history with giants. They're seen as the most organized and most put together. Vala giants being mostly revered as leaders, being able to make sure to keep everything under control. And with relative ease on top of that. Similar to Harpies as well, Vala are also capable of communing with the wind. And along with that, they tend to live within more along the clouds, or even with other Vala giants of their own kind. They're also, out of all of them, they are the most interactive. They tend to be more along the lines of wanting to aid different people of the Vandals. So, while, for example, the Rohala will be more akin to the, at least will be more around the fire. You'll see ones such as the Azula more in the water, and even the Feyre in the woods. The Vala you'll find in usually a lot of more vast regions within the Vandals. Now, does anyone have any questions on giants before I continue on? Alright then. Moving on with giants, they, similar to, of course, at least gargoyles, they are able to carry large amounts of weight and even a large quantity of items. Of course, giants, though, gargoyles, sadly, unlike giants, they're not able to carry usually as much. Mostly due to, of course, as I mentioned before, giants being revered for their natural strength and their stature. It does help them for at least being able to not only carry large amounts of items or even heavier objects, at least it helps them to more traverse different parts of, for example, mountainous parts of Ontario, as an example. Along with that, when it comes to giants, regardless of which giant it is, they've established a culture of training all of their young and, of course, all of their offspring in order to be able to heal individuals. They very much built up a culture on wanting to make sure that is at least known by every giant within certain tribes or just giants in general, that they are at least able to provide at least some bit of aid to individuals who are injured or in need. Along with that, when it comes to giants, depending on, for example, which one you find, Rohala, for example, you're going to find that fire giants, of course, goes without saying, it's going to be very much resistant to fires in general. Of course, it's determined by which kind you are. Azula being water, Favor being nature, Vala being wind, so on and so forth. Along with that, it does come with, while they do have their large stature and strength, it does come with some disadvantages. Keep in mind, giants, due to their stature and their size, they do still need to have a lot more, they need to eat a lot more in order to still be able to maintain their strength. So of course, they are going to at least require a lot more. Along with that, when it comes to their height and their size, it's not always the best in terms of advantages. They tend to be, slower in movements, and not usually with the best balance, and they are usually a bit louder just naturally in terms of their volume than other species. Of course, this is something that, at least in terms of being louder, they can of course learn simple things like just how to whisper, but in most tribes and within giant culture, they tend to be they talk naturally, just louder. That's, as one would call it, their inside voice. Along with that, does anyone have any other questions on giants? Alright then. Now, that really covers most of what I have on giants, at least, and of course, before I go on to the last one being vampires, I do, of course, preface this on every lesson. You can always go to the library, and we have, of course, books on all the different races within the Vandiles. And keep in mind, while you're not going to necessarily find every answer, we do have at least as much that is documented and at least archived within the Vandiles. Now, covered giants, we covered merfolk, and we have covered, oh my goodness, what was the first one I did? I completely forgot. Gargoyles. This is why I swear I'm getting too old for this. But regardless. Now, moving on to vampires. Last one for this lesson. More commonly found in places such as Yanshi and Pandora, they're listed as being born from the night sky. They're seen as pretty much a restless soul. And when it comes to a common misconception, also when it comes to vampires, just because an individual does, for example, any magic pertaining to blood, no, that does not mean they are a vampire. That is a very common misconception. It is very much a stereotype thing within the Vandiles, and it is not purely a vampire thing. Of course, you'll find different races within the Vandiles who could possibly have magic that involves blood as well. But when it comes to vampires, they are, in a sense, under a curse. It's simply just vampirism. It had been formed from a blood star, which once it had burst during way back in the beginning of the world's creation, it had spread a curse throughout all the Vandiles. When it comes to those who were unfortunate enough to be inflicted with said curse, they can't withstand the sun, for example, but they are rather adaptable, and for example, they're able to at least be able to handle more, at least climates in the darker parts of the day. So while you may have difficulty, for example, seeing in darker areas or just moving around in an area during nighttime, vampires don't have to worry too much about that. When it comes to also to the vampirism curse, it does also leave scars that tend to spread throughout their body, usually more so around the neck, and they also tend to form talon-like nails and fangs, which I will get into the usage of those in a little bit here. When it comes to vampires, they're not always another stereotypical thing is they're not always going to be this pale white. They do have desaturated skin, of course, compared to vampiric. While they have desaturated skin while having average skin of humans, they are definitely going to certainly stand out. Of course, for example, that's the best case I can give there. They're not always going to be just a pale white. That is not always, that's just another stereotype. Along with that, they are able to transform into a more demonic-like form with more markings all over the body and even grow out a form of bat wings. Of course, inside the bat wings, you'll also see that the color changes depending on their elements. So, while you'll see more red wings akin to that one who, let's say if it was fire, you'll find also more bluish wings for that of water, as an example. When it comes to this, their transformed state, when their eyes will end up turning into just more of like a very, just a solid color. It mostly just matches that of their pupils. So one with green eyes, for example, the eyes will just turn a solid green itself. And along with that, the fangs will become longer, their legs will bend backwards, similar to at least more, how do I best put this, more of a animal-like creature, and they use that state more for hunting. Along with that, a vampiric curse does also give a detriment of not being able to see yourself in a mirror. Well, correction, you're not able to see things such as your body or your face in the mirror. Clothes and accessories still show up fine, since, of course, your clothing is not afflicted with a curse itself. Along with that, their blood is of a unique quality where it's made of a black ichor, looking more like, very dark like obsidian, very blackish in color, and of course, whenever a vampire bleeds, for example, the blood cannot be used. To best put it, it dies, not that it cannot be used, but it's more so it has a very much, how do I best put this, a dyeing effect of like dyeing your clothing. So it leaves very much that blackish color on whatever it touches. Along with that, they're able to turn other creatures into a vampiric individual such as themselves, and the only benefit that they really gain from that, though, is being able to get a larger dose of mana. So it is more beneficial for individuals who are of a vampiric curse to at least turn others. Though, keep in mind, it is not something that I don't tend to at least promote that here at the school. So just as a note, please, anyone who knows any vampiric students moving forward, please let's not do that, as a note. But moving on to, yes, Blitz. Hold on, I'm going to come again.
How does a vampire turn another person so that way students aren't coerced or lied into doing it? without realizing that's what's happening.
When it comes to, at least, how do I best put this? For turning an individual into another, well, into another vampiric and spreading this curse, it is, how do I best put this? It's spread through bloodline. And so while they can technically, for example, turn someone by, for example, feeding off of off an individual's blood and turning them that way by inflicting the curse by that means, keep in mind that it is noted that it's how do I best put this? It's very much just a matter of getting access to one's just general bloodstream. It is seen as feeding in a sense. While it does increase their mana pool, having one bite you can still inflict said curse upon you. I'm not entirely knowledgeable, sadly, on whether or not it is always a guarantee, but that is something that I would certainly at least, yes, it's better to be safer than sorry, not just have, for example, like someone like Gio, for example. Let's not just have someone be like, oh yes, let's test it out and have, you know, a vampire bite Gio in the neck or in the arm to see if they turn. You know, let's not do that.
It also means being careful with cleaning.
Sorry, I had to use you as an example, Gio.
Especially with it staining like the way you said it does.
Come again?
If the blood stains the way you say it does, it means Valkyrie members have to be careful also in handling the injuries of vampiric students.
How do I best put it? Well, vampiric blood, in terms of how it leaves that dying effect, it's more so just it's better to more so identify someone who is under a vampiric curse. For example, seeing, for example, trails of red versus trails of the same trail, but more of that black obsidian-like color that I mentioned before. That's more so how you can identify they're most likely a vampire that has gone in that direction. It is not something more so that touching it is going to inflict you with said curse, but it's more so if they're able to get more access directly to your bloodstream, then it's more along the lines of that.
It'd be also safe then to keep caution though if you're injured yourself when fighting someone who's vampiric then.
Precisely, yes. If you're injured on the field and you have, for example, an open wound, you definitely want to at least do your best to avoid anyone who is of a vampiric curse, because of course it could lead to you ending up getting said curse as well. Oh. Yes, Mr. Irenaeus.
With other different species.
Cube's a walking war crime.
What happened now?
We got on the topic of war crimes. And he started saying everything he's done.
Oh god.
He's a walking war crime. They're still having that conversation out there.
I mean, they are from Phoenix Drop. This kind of does make us a lot of sense.
True. But then again, I was also asked, how far are we allowed to torture people?
Oh no.
They asked me. I need your help.
I don't think they're allowed to torture people.
I need your help.
Okay. Where are
I'm
they?
bad at this one.
Where are
They're in the training yard.
Okay.
just taken out.
I took a flyer, somehow got in, and now I've just gone, wow, this is not what I thought this would be, and I just learned about war crimes.
Sports, I didn't even know the tournament was supposed to be something like this. I was just there for fun, and then I was dragged into
I mean,
it.
I mostly wanted to test my mettle, and then, you know, if I got into school, that's a bonus. I could learn from some of the best. So far, I've learned this about war crimes and torture.
Why are we talking about war crimes?
Hello, Professor.
Technically, we just finished the talk.
Yeah, we just had a lesson about war
I
crimes.
am a war crime.
Yes, I have been told this. Why are you a war crime? You know what? It doesn't even matter. You're from Phoenix Drop. It makes perfect sense.
Yeah, see, we learned about what we can and can't do. I can shove nails under people's fingernails. That's okay. But him eating people during torture is not okay.
Yeah, it's generally frowned upon.
Yeah, well, you know, we learned that. That was good to know, you know, because if we didn't know that, he might have just eaten people. Or puppeted somebody from the inside, like he used to.
Professor, I'm losing brain cells.
Yeah.
It's understandable.
Thank you, Professor.
It was very productive.
Or you might not want to be in this conversation.
Very well.
That's smart. That was probably for the best.
Oh my goodness.
It's fair, we could just change the
Ugh.
conversation. We really could.
It's
I mean,
true.
I was
It's all-
writing a letter
it's all
before
food
this all
thing.
happened.
You know, actually, here it is. What's your favorite food?
Peaches.
That's good. One I didn't expect that.
He kind of looks at his board and then wipes off the answer. Right, something else.
I swear, if you break down people, Cube, I'm gonna.
He was going to say humans.
I swear to God, Cube. If you
It
write
says it
down
was
people,
specifically Phoenix Droppers, but I'm writing something else now. Give me a second.
damn it, Cube.
Understandable.
Oh my goodness.
This is what? That's all I ate for like a decade, man.
I mean, that's fair. Like,
It is technically fair, considering what they
it
are.
is fair. He was trying to survive, but you know.
See, you see why I need the backup now?
Yes.
I didn't do anything, okay? You can't prove
I
anything.
didn't
You
do
know what I mean?
anything.
You didn't do anything, no.
We didn't say you did anything.
My favorite food is that Jacono donut thing that he taught me how to make. It is very good.
What in the what?
Jacuno has a donut.
As well, he taught me his mother's recipe. I know like 5 of them.
That's ridiculous.
Oh yes, that's right.
By the way,
Yeah.
did you get all those purple runes installed on all those trees?
Yes,
That's fucking
they should be good.
Okay.
It says, according to Mr. Jacuno, I'm a really good cook.
Well, that's good.
You know, if I just crawl right now.
Completely unrelated to this. Did you know
I don't
you
have to
can
worry
use my
about
grease
any
for
of this
cooking
anymore.
food and it's safe?
I can save at least
I have
one
an
brain
offer.
cell.
You want to spar?
Sure. Shifts the focus. Professor,
Yes.
as far as going to okay.
All right,
Is
which
it
one?
alright?
Which one do you want? Do you want this one or do you want that one?
Which one is the one
Dealer's
with the
choice.
barrier?
This one has the barrier. That one floats.
Dealer's choice.
We use the one with the barrier.
I should expect, but at the same time, it is very jarring.
Oh.
This is going to go well. Professor, how much time do we have on the clock?
How much time do you want? 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
I'll tell you.
What's your time?
Alrighty. As long as you don't kill each other. Or maim each other.
We'll go when the barrier starts up.
Alright. Impressive moves.
sure this is how you want to go? By God!
Four minutes left. Impressive. That's a new one. Wow. Improved a new one.
No.
Two minutes left. One minute left. And that's 10 minutes. Impressive.
Is my face okay?
Yes, your face is fine.
Oh, thank God. Well then.
You kept up well.
Be better.
I'll be keeping an eye on you.
I don't think I've met that one before.
Neither have I. Though I did see a glimpse of him at the tournament. For now.
Okay.
I will be. After I get over the fact that... Oh, I need to work on the refraction levels of my glass.
A little bit, from but a large improvement from the last time.
Need any healing?
Yes.
There you go, just keep breathing. There we go. You can use me as letters you need.
Alright.
Alright.
I just need a moment.
Of course.
He was fast.
He was fast.
Hello.
He was a lot faster than I thought he would be.
No, that's true. It's faster than I thought he would be. But then again, you know, I haven't seen them before him until now.
Are you referring that was just here without the uniform?
Yes.
Hmm.
Thank you, Mom.
Of course. That's what I'm here for. I help any way I can.
That type of magic. I'm not sure what it was. It was concentrated. It seemed like light, but it felt like it was something more, and I'm not sure.
I think that's worth looking into. We'll see what I can find.
I appreciate it, Professor. But now
Is
I'm
he a
going to
student,
take a
I
rest.
assume?
I believe so, yes.
When have we gotten in here? Otherwise, we have a major problem on our hands.
Yes.
Yeah, we would.
Professor, if you'll excuse me.
Of course.
Good day to the rest of you.
So what exactly happened? If I may ask.
A 10-minute spar.
Hmm. What house was the individual in?
I don't even know.
Hmm.
That's why I'll have to do some paperwork rummaging.
Hmm. Understood. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Alright.
What are those
Alrighty then.
for doing?
No idea. That's what I'm about to find out.
It's just a thought.
For any student, regardless of how to
It's
understand the
valuable
race, to better,
information regardless.
to better handle.
Yes.
Yes.
Forgive me,
ready?
but I will let just the Do not do
There they
any
are.
of this again.
I told you there's
Unless you be passing
Yes,
on
yes.
fields.
I wish I
Okay.
could.
Not to poke fun at you, Polly, but watching you ride the lift up and down, it is a bit funny sometimes.
You surprise me even
Oh
more.
yeah, I got
So-
bad
so
balance.
actually,
I'm glad to make other folks happy about having bad balance though.
So many people are weak to it, almost concerned.
I mean,
I don't want to make you feel bad about it, because I know there's not really much you can do about it.
After class.
at least they're positive about it.
Yes, at least they're positive about
Who's
it.
a positive person?
What is it for?
If you don't mind my asking.
No clue.
You've got some time. You want to not stand here and maybe take a walk?
Divination, I believe.
I'm being aware.
Orcomancy.
What the hell is
I have never heard in my entire life.
Ritual.
Neither have I, but I'm gonna. Yeah,
Not for me.
it sounds to be ritual.
Not for me then.
I mean, it might be for you. You never
Solution.
know.
Throw me at him.
Everybody got it.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Moth be upon ye.
I've been out on missions running errands.
Oh no! Oh no!
Conversations.
He shot me first. It was only fair. They hit me first. Retaliation.
They did.
Oh no! Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh no!
Whoa. Funny be upon ye.
You here, yes?
What do you mean funny people?
Speak. You're right here.
Oh.
Like you're talking to me from here.
That is a little weird.
I think medical needs to check them out just in case. I'm a little concerned.
Possibly.
I'm so sorry.
I'm a little worried for you, actually.
You metal eater.
I think I'm okay. Fix it.
Oh, Danny, they'll be nice for calling.
The fact
That
that, you
doesn't
think
make it
you're
any
okay
less
might be
concerning.
the problem.
Hey, bro.
Yeah, see, definitely didn't fix it.
I don't. I think they're a little busy dealing with their own thing.
Oh, they're doing their own thing. Never mind. I'll get him.
Yeah, see, look what you did. Oh!
Wait, I can make this. I can make this better, at least in my case. If you can't see me,
Oh, God.
then the voice where you hear me from is going to be where I'm standing at.
Pipe.
Even if it's not technically the case.
Interesting.
I'm going back to bed. I'm gonna go take a quick nap.
Yeah, probably for the best.
Please,
Maybe
please
go
take
get
rest.
yourself checked
Please.
out later.
Please take some rest. If you need anything, please ask the Valkyries for assistance or anything. If you need it.
That's a good question if I've ever seen one.
I mean, I am technically the Valkyrie professor and the Vanguard professor today.
If you
They listened.
Okay. I would say if
I have
Persis
double
target a
duty
Valkyrie
today.
on them.
Yeah.
Sounds like a handful.
I'm learning Pipermancy.
Yes.
With these students, absolutely.
Hypermancy? Oh, by the gods.
I'll get you that impression.
When you two are done fighting.
Here, counter argument. We pipe Indra.
What?
Indra.
Roommate. I call it Indra.
Okay, fair enough. I didn't know if you were mispronouncing on purpose or not.
What?
Sorry, I was checking up on Sabriel. I'm sorry, I got
You're all good.
distracted.
It seems they might have needed to check up.
Yes, it seems they might have.
Oh my god!
Instructions, and he's just like, oh, it'll be fine. But we'll see.
So how mad would you be if I just knocked this book off?
Please don't.
Not going to.
I wouldn't be mad. He would.
Yes. Please, this is the only other room besides... well, this, along with the library and my office, are the only... is pretty much the only rooms I actually care about. I like everything being nice and tidy. Please,
That's fair
don't
enough.
break anything in here.
No, that's fair.
Yes, I was saying.
I don't know if you should say that against the rest of Centurion.
Yeah.
Oh dear God.
You didn't
I'm saying it
include-
more
you
so...
didn't include our room.
Careful, that
I'm
might
saying
be
it mostly to these two, because I...
We'll let the
They
walking
know
war
that.
time have it for a while.
No, can we not?
What'd you do? I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything.
Can we just put him in a jar for a punishment?
Fruity. What did you do?
Maybe.
We talk about Europa because he turned pink, and he did like a whole like
I
fruity
know this is
dance.
going to be a
And,
very
like,
odd
we
question.
is he fruity now, and he became
But
more
can you look
fruity
at my
apparently.
Finley?
Oh,
It's a little
boy.
bit tight. and I need
He
it-
said something really fruity, and
Thank you.
Like a strawberry or like a orange?
No.
I'm going to give it about 5 more minutes for them to get in here. If they don't, I'm starting.
You know what? I will go let people know.
I just need the screws a little bit.
Fontaine yelled at them and be
Okay,
calm.
okay.
I don't know.
It's like a metaphor for like
The worry of
not
Rust.
flirty, but playful or like an emotional like thing. It's weird. I can explain it correctly.
Like happy. Alright, well, I
Yeah.
don't know why you say fruity.
Basically.
Happy.
Yes, furniture. You're the best.
It's just a metaphor for it.
Metaphor.
That's confusing. I don't need no more words in my head. It's already been a long week.
I'm barely ever in this
It's been
room.
a
This
long
feels
week
weird
for a
being
lot
in
of
this
us.
room.
I can do it, and I can just.
I like this room.
You might want to scoot over a little bit, otherwise you're going to be looking at the lesson through a pole.
I was pulled back home for.
Yeah, right about that.
Stone does have a point.
Anything I said here? Yeah,
I mean,
there's a lot of
like,
balls.
I can kind of still see. I'm still swinging off a pole.
I can order screws.
Dude, but it's
Look at
not
those.
You're tiny.
Ready?
Tiny room, tiny moth.
Cause I was gonna say I could scoot over.
Just be warned.
Oh, you're good. You got your space.
Into my spinal area.
I'm kind of a wide load, so I gotta kind of
Please do not get squished.
And my tail doesn't really help much.
It's fine. Like you just become like a tiny answer now, and just they'll be fine.
It's nice and fluffy.
No,
Don't get
it's
me
so small
wrong.
as I get.
Oh no, it does.
Yeah,
It does look like it. I can't feel it, but it does look nice.
It is very fluffy.
I would say go on the chair behind Blitz.
Pipes on. Are you okay?
The top of the chair has to not get electrocuted.
The only description
Zagnako can get on the top end of the chair behind you, as did not get electrocuted.
I'm teaching two of the first years.
Yeah.
I'm on for you to find out later, I suppose.
Eventually, your hair will more change from. Well,
I'm going to the ritual room. I'm going to the ritual room. No.
Have fun, run again.
That of just pure fire. And luckily enough,
Is that why my hair already has fire?
You're just acting really out of character today. I don't know what's
Since my old uniform used to be sewed with my hair.
Easily flustered.
Precisely.
You know, I've gathered
That is
that
just part of
after a
who you
while.
are as a giant, so it will take time to grow into it.
At least you could say anything to them and immediately start running away. It's really funny.
Let's describe it. For example, Europa is more akin to a Vala, since their hair is, well, pretty much just made of clouds. So, they are Vala, you are Rohala.
So, but if my other half is a wind as well, will I eventually get traits of that too, or is that unknown?
It's unknown. You could get traits of one or the other.
I think I'm no longer insane.
Are you no longer concussed?
I forgot to start the room.
Apparently.
God.
To be interesting.
It's not that tight. There's a big gap between the spaces. I'm not
See,
writing a
you
note
might
for
be
it.
like that for you, but it's not like that.
The ritual room.
I don't think this service class is mandatory. I'm gonna go.
Is that where like everyone's supposed to
you're
be?
fine.
That's where the class is being held, yes.
What was that? What were you doing there? No, Blaze, what were you doing? What was that?
Good luck.
You saw you reaching a finger out at me. What's going on? Are you going to touch me or something?
Blitz.
So
Blitz. Is Lance in there?
What did you just call me?
Lance in there. Lance in there. I gotta go. Bye.
Interesting. I'm assuming we're gonna need another top up over the rune, right?
I'll deal with
Yes.
it later.
Ah, okay. Is it natural for this thing that much, though?
I mean, you wanted it tattooed. It's not an easy process to tattoo a rune, especially into flesh.
That's fair.
It's not like getting a normal
kind of be
tattoo.
carving it. If it means
Well, I
anything.
almost went with that. I almost went with that. Right?
That's what happened to these.
Tied to their emotions, but if an element touches them, it affects their emotional
I see.
state and their color.
A part of me's
Not good
debating
feeling.
whether or not I should even go.
No, it probably wasn't a good
I feel
feeling.
that.
Lightning and hair means anger.
So, what
Needles
are
and
the
eye
pros? What are the
bad.
cons?
Oh.
I'm not sure. I know it's an oracle mancer from
Well, thank you. I'll probably come to you for more rune work as well, since Fontaine said you had some unique versions that I might like.
don't even know myself.
Yes.
I should go.
What I specialize in runes is a lot different than what Fontaine specializes.
I hope you enjoy some
I've heard.
Means it's good. It just also so happens to mean exploding things also applies to
Well,
me.
yeah, I appreciate it.
Of course.
No,
It's
a good thing, actually.
You know what? I misunderstood. I had a different understanding.
People
of
are
that
saying
stuff.
that a lot
You know what?
today. I don't know what they mean.
Saying what?
But yeah, enjoy the class.
The last time I
I'm
saw
not
you
really
like this,
interested
you
in
were a lot
horrible
more
fantasy
nervous.
stuff.
Seemed
If
calm.
you both are going, then I hope.
Oh,
But I don't
that.
I'm fully calm more than ever.
Might as well go sit there for a while. I was gonna
Oh.
take a peek at it and see if I was interested, and if I was, I was going to leave.
I mean, I don't see any harm in you going
No,
in
no,
nervous.
I just, it's good.
Fair enough. I might listen in on this
It's good to
conversation
see
for
you
longer.
again, my little friend.
Thank you.
Yes, I forgot your name.
Also, pink suits
Who are
and-
you?
Gloria, don't worry.
Oh,
I do
I
not
know
remember
those
your
things.
name either.
You're like
hello.
Aurora Boreal.
There's, as you all might have already seen, you already do know I have a familiar who likes to show up once in a while floating around. There they are. Now, not all familiars are going to look like this. There are going to be quite a few different ones depending on what ritual you do in particular. So let me go over some of the ones that you can summon. We'll start off with the fiendish summons. They're not like imps in any regard, but they are the more trickster and dweller of the spawns. Usually it's best to avoid the dread gaze of the fiends when you first summon them, because they can actually be very mischievous, as you will learn. Most familiars are actually mischievous in some way. Though they can be quite harmless, the fiendish ones, they prefer to be seen as an equal or higher status until they earn the trust to treat you as their master. Most people who have ever had a fiend summon has noted that it's a rather wild experience, and some are unable to keep up with them unless they match the energy of the fiend. One of my favorite ones is the Wonderland Summon. They're very abnormal and rather unknown what kind of spawns. They are speculated to be
She's
summoned
teaching about
from
familiars.
the mirrors of Pandora. This
Okay.
Like
So
her-
that I
like
just
the one
woke
that's
up.
in her head.
Entity that defies normal
Okay.
boundaries and demands a closer inspection. Its true nature will always be unknown. But do be warned that if you do a Wonderland summon, do not touch them until the contract is placed, or at least have a protection rune to ward off their influence. They are very much a bliss and a curse at the same time, for that they are commonly unable to be seen by most, but they crave interaction. Being left alone is rather destructive for these summons. So for Wonderland summons, just so that they can keep your attention, they will rather destroy things around you. Now, for the Fey Blessed summons, these are the most powerful and magically influenced kind of spawns, bathed in pure energy and not impossible to make out their true forms of a Fey Blessed beyond its magical wings. You could simply say that they're described as a slight spark when near. But do be warned that if you do a Fey Blessed summon, do not tell them your true name until your companion has been claimed. Doing this is quite dangerous. If you give them their name before the pact is made, they will steal your name, and a lot more with that. Though, most people who have a Fey Blessed summon have said that they're very insightful and very useful for the ones who want to do research onto mana in particular. Then we also have a draconic summon. These beasts are more prideful and more combative kind of spawns. Regal and powerful, these companions should never be discounted based on their size, because even the smallest one is very destructive. But they are a cherished companion nonetheless. When dealing with these, do not disrespect them or disregard them in any type of way in their care. This can result in you being terribly burned, and no contract with the familiar can stop them from harming the master. Now, what's useful about them is, well, as I said, their combat abilities. They are very high to make you a fighting force beyond belief. Definitely useful for any of the ones who have a warrior spirit. Now, the one I am going to disregard all of you from ever summoning is called a Hetza Companion summon. These are the most dangerous ones that you can summon. They are mysterious and silent. And you may even catch yourself talking to them if you summon one, as if they had mouths to speak fully, but their voice will ring out in your mind. So you look quite insane if you're ever talking to one. They keep a memory of things told to them, good and bad. So whatever you tell them, whatever they experience, they will always remember. They are speculated to be the origins of horror itself in some cases. Quite dreadful things. And they have a ragdoll exterior. It may risk, and the other dangerous thing about them is that you may risk it infiltrating the mind of your head if you are not fortified. Their judgment will become your own. That's why I highly recommend not to summon one, or avoid trying to summon one. Though, they can be quite useful. The ones that do have them have found that they are quite invigorated for hetzes and curses. They can incite any curse or hex and will amplify that across the people they cast it on. But no, giving the main types of ban of flow ban recharge upon will will make them violent against you. Now, the next one I do want to talk about is the Voidling summon. These are mysterious, yet they are the most wise. They are the most wise kind of these summons here. They hold themselves from the core of dark mana and execute the auras of the death speculated to be the positive fragments from the fallen creations of Pandora. Mysterious and unidentified, they are known to appear and disappear within a strange fog that commands at will. They are fond of the knowledge of the shadows across the Vandylos history, but no one really knows the motivation of these summons. But when you need a protector that truly frightens your opponent, they will protect you to the best of their abilities. Though it's hard not to be intimidated by these floating, haunting familiars. They are very beneficial for those wanting to know the unknown, or are interested in what could lie within the dark. Now, there are also things like, what do you do with an assisting companion? Well, it's a companion attachment to a pre-existing familiar requires a ritual upon the ground with elemental infused incense burnt to use the ash to create the circles around, conjuring their mana into the palm of has a faint cast to bestow upon the creature with the vows of concentration or of connection. I do apologize. Once the incarnation is spoken, and both parties agreed, then they shall make the contract to be set for a new familiar and wielder. And this is when you want to get rid of a summon that you're not fond of. Now, when you summon a familiar, first you're going to have to incite the correct incarnation to actually summon the type of familiar that you want. Though, you do want to make a summoning circle or a ritual circle, and it requires a few components for you to actually make this circle. You want golden tassels with silver handles. This will be placed over top a elemental crystal, a talisman of light or dark, then the elemental crystal of your mana placed at the bottom of the summoning circle. You also want the offering. It could be about anything you can think of. Sweets, sour candy, even currency. It just depends on what your familiar likes. So before you even attempt to do a summoning, I highly suggest you research the type of beast that you are wanting as your familiar. For example, the familiar on top of my head. When I summoned her, she actually preferred sweets over everything else. So before I even made the pact with her, I gained her trust by feeding her such. Now, of course, you want to know the incarnation of the summon. And then rune stones of sending or clairvoyance placed upon the top of the circle. This is so you have clear communication with the familiar that you have summoned, since they will be connected to you. But you would, as I said, gain their trust. And then in the center of the summoning circle, you want to scatter elemental flora. Which elemental flora, you ask? It will be the one of your mana. So for example, I would scatter ice and dark flora across the circle in both ways. When it comes to familiars, they can be useful in multiple attitudes. One is for info gathering, one is for fighting, one is to boost your abilities. It just depends on exactly what you want to summon, or what you want to do with your familiars. But always make sure that you are safe in doing so. You do not want to summon a dangerous beast that you won't be able to control. If you summon, for example, a Hex Companion, the curses that they could put on top of you could be so bad that you wish that you would have been killed. Simple as that. Though, as I stated earlier, if anyone wants to try this ritual to summon a companion, you are all banned from doing the Hex Companion, because I do not want anyone here to do curses or hex. Is that understood?
Bristol.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Professor.
Good.
Yes, ma'am.
Now then, depending on what you want to summon, there is going to be an incarnation that is different for all of them. So if you wish to know, I would suggest doing your research on to see what type of familiar that you want first. Of course, these are just examples. There's also maybe a few more that I'm probably forgetting off the top of my head. Or exactly like the one on top of my head, ironically. Mine is more of a Beast familiar, as you can see, since they take the form of a fox. Now then, now then, since the companion weaving part is over, I will let you know that if you would like to perform one of these, you are welcome to grab me after you've done your research. We can go ahead and gather all the material that is needed to perform the ritual, and I will be more than happy to assist you. But going back off companion weaving, we're going to go back into the direct topic of oraclemancy. Now, with most people who do oraclemancy, they are called seers. They can predict events or see glimpses into the future, but they cannot get it exactly accurate. Because even if they take a glimpse into the future, life can still change in numerous ways. It's more best to see it as possibilities. Most of them do it in a couple of ways, though it was originally done through ancient divination that is now discontinued. Most people who practice this type of magic no longer do it with ancient divination.
Long set of classes today.
Now, when they are performing this magic, like I said, they get glimpses of the future that cannot be too far into it. At longest, it's noted that maybe a week. If the user expands their entire mana flow into this. But it also does run the risk of changing from day to day. All they could get is brief hints of their days coming forward to make that future more of a possibility. It's never, well, it is impossible whatsoever to get exact clear images and glimpses without intervention. But if someone was tried and used it for information that is silence, something terrible will go wrong. There are a select type of glimpses that they can see, which align more with their method. The only current deviation operates things more on either magic circles with empty cards, or being channeled within, or with a crystal ball. I do apologize. Now, if they do use the cards, an image of the event will appear onto that card, giving them the glimpse of the future. Now, when you see these cards, each card has a different meaning. For example, the villager card.
Be right back. I need a second.
Its status is known to be quite wild. It's paired with a lot of the majority of negative traits, and will usually represent a negative encounter of some kind. Now, if it's paired with a bunch of positive trait cards, it should be a positive encounter. Now, if it's a mix between the two, it's quite unknown what the encounter is going to be. And mind you, that encounter can be anything that you might have asked it. The same goes with the dog card. It is very wild as well. It's known as liars. One truth will be told while the other is a lie. This site will give the seer alone a voice in their head that will ring the two bits of information. It doesn't pair with any trait. More information has it's giving a test of one's wisdom and alertness and the card itself. Now, to a negative card, also known as the Reaper. The Reaper spells misfortune. It is a card upon the board shall call upon that of a lost stuff of life, but never targeting who is the one who passed. For someone's life shall be cut short where the mana will be released. So, this card indicates death, but you will never know who is the one who will perish. Once again, this card does not pair with anything. Now, on a positive note, we have the Phoenix. This one represents the opposite. It's the Fortune card. It has a few interpretations, but it was most of them are held as a positive result. It is a card of enthusiasm and imaginations where limits once thought were placed could be broken. Now, when it's paired with a villager, it could imply that someone's returning to life, but never stating who. If not paired with the villager, it is rather ambiguous, but it's a large sign of good fortune for a lot of people. Now, we have the Fallen card.
Ew.
This is a negative card that represents sorrow. This card holds a bittersweet to even outright depressive meaning. It means that the loss or heartache is upon the horizon. Never shall life prevent the pain that the mind and heart will fall. So, in other words, it represents heartbreak or the loss of something important to you. Now, when it's paired with a villager, it could be interpreted as a sorrowful encounter, but not guaranteed on who will be met with it or who may cause it. Now, the Ascendant card. This is a positive card. Its meaning is bliss. It holds a bright result to even outright one for celebration. It means that a welcome is to be upon the horizon, good news within the future. One that may cause a reunion or connection that one has missed. Now, when it's paired with the villager, it could be the interpretation has a joyful encounter, but not guaranteed of who or what, as always. Now, we have the idol card. This is another positive card. It means that one is simply love struck. Though, as most of you probably know, I don't really care for romantics. This card holds a positive outcome for that of a relationship or a familiar relationship to even a friendly and romantical. It means that that joy and happiness is to come soon. Now paired with a villager, it could imply someone you met will be the fated one. Either it be friendly, family, lover, or perhaps even an alliance. Now, the next card will be the horns. It is a negative card, and it is simply meant to mean prepare yourself. It holds a worrisome outcome. It could also mean that there's war on the horizon or misfortune on the grand scale of the Van Isles is approaching. While it does mean that there's no exact date or when it will happen. When it's paired with the villager, usually, it means that no one will live to tell the tale of the encounter. Now, there are a few of the cards that hold unknown statuses, such as the Tower. The meaning behind the Tower is, well, mystery. It holds a rather terrifying sense of mystery. It could either mean that the destruction and unknown coming to light. However, there have been times where this card has been pulled to reveal that a nation faced a major fall, and during the pain, never has, sorry, the pain never has it been overly positive or particularly full negative. It is a very unknown status card. So if the seer ever does pull this card, I would say to be feared in some cases.
Do you suppose that makes sense?
Now, there are more cards as well, for as there are cards of the astrology. Based upon the type of card, it will give you a glimpse onto a targeted person instead of the future. But there is a risk for doing everything when it comes to these cards in particular. So, the failure of any of the attempts could risk major injuries, or it could see risk in the full mana drain the larger of the attempt. So if you use any of these cards, do be careful. Now, we'll start with the low risk ones and the medium risk ones first. The first one being the sun. This one is to sight in onto the memories, but you must specify the type, or it will give you a random memory of that person. The moon card. This is the sight into the insides, practically seeing the one's amount of vein. Now, when it comes to the medium risk and high risk, you have the Sunstar. It's to enlighten or to answer one question of someone's memory. Then you have the Dust Cart. This one is a high risk one. It gives the seer the sight into the sign, aka you get to ask the world vein a question. It could be any question, but do remember that this is high risk of an injury. The other one is the moon, also known as the broken. It allows one to see the age of damage, seeing what it first started off as, into the last. And then the most lethal one of them all, the Dusk Star. It gives you a glimpse into a person's current location and appearance. But for you to use it exactly, you would need one's true name. So for example, if I use the Dust on Mr. Irenaeus, if I knew him by just a simple name, let's just say Aaron for short, if I told the card Aaron, then the card is not going to work at all. I have to state his full true name. And as I state, using these methods can lead to being lethal at any point. Though, Starborns do have an advantage on this aspect, but it could risk harming their artifact if too many careless attempts have been failed in a row, of course. But that's besides that, that is a lesson on Oraclemancy. So, is there any questions why I have you? Alright, if not, then you are all free to go. Oh?
Is it possible to detect when someone is using Dusk Star to try and find your location?
It is not. For example, say if I did it all the way in Interior, you would never know that I would actually try to use it to find your location. It would just feel like a normal day to you.
And you said it shows appearance as well. Is it just the appearance of them and their surroundings, or just what they currently look like?
Just what they currently look like. Any more questions? Alright. Since I don't think there's any more questions, you are all dismissed. I hope you all have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
help me change into the armor?
I might as well change into my light armor too. It doesn't hurt because I'll have to help heal and everything else like that. Also, it's a scar. Long story short, yes, I do.
Okay. Complicated answer. Feeling right here.
Look, I'm totally not trying to cover it up for an actual reason. Yes.
Right. You just want an excuse. I get it.
Yep. Hi, Gummy.
I guess this lesson's over.
Looks like
When
it.
people are out and about.
Walk around a bit.
Just something does not feel right. Then your brother's brought it. Not at all. Is what it said.
Do you know in which way? I do not see any spirits in the vicinity. Ah. Need to go check on that since we may be doing his drinking.
Wander around.
Not exactly wandering. Got somewhere that I gotta go. Well, Tokri, you know where we're going.
Indeed. If you're gathering for that now, I will head that way.
The training. How are you feeling, by the way?
If I'm being kind of honest, hella nervous.
I see.
This is my first time really leading the thing. I'm usually good at following orders, but this is the time I'm gonna be making the orders. And if I mess up, someone on my side could get hurt.
That is the sacrifice leaders make when commanding others. I know it well. Although, no, one second. I can. Good luck, John.
I mean, I'll take it.
Representative, spurs the deal.
What'd you give me?
He ripped his hand off, just threw it to you with grease body active. His hand just.
I appreciate it. I'll hold on to it.
It is good for anything. Both luck and also throwing an opponent and making sure they fall over immediately because of a misdirection.
Well, I'm gonna try to make some. We'll see. I got confidence in the people. Just you guys. If I heard what I thought I heard, you guys are gonna be a tough bunch. But
Would you wish us to hold back at all?
I'm not in that, man.
I know.
Yeah.
Nah, don't hold back.
Didn't participate.
Remember, this is a show for you too.
I assumed you would be offended if we held back on your sake. You would wish for the best challenge.
Yeah, I mean, how do I word this? I'm nervous.
That
But
is
in the
good.
same sense, I'm kind of excited.
It's natural. That's adrenaline. Do you get
Indeed.
adrenaline? I've heard humans get that.
I usually have to worry about, like, not hurting people, making sure we're getting the right orders done. So, this is gonna be a whole new for me. But, yeah, just gotta... Right.
I'm sure you'll do good.
Nervous is good.
Also, I would
Not get
have
overconfident.
joined you and helped, but I don't think it would have been a good idea.
Sheesh. Sheesh.
Is that a hum to bring him back?
Yes, it is a technique from the elders. Oh, there we are.
Yeah, it would appear that the ancient spell has worked once more. Yeah, it usually does.
The elders are very wise.
Yeah, apparently we got a call now. Everybody ever gets stuck in the void, we go, sheesh.
Yeah.
Needs to bring somebody back.
The wisdom of the three sages is very important.
Right, we should probably meet up with the others and get ready.
We should.
That's probably a good idea.
How long?
Not that way.
The whole conversation.
Understood. I'm going.
It is weird that I didn't notice. I'll be honest.
I mean, that's the thing. Nobody ever bothers to look up.
I mean, I guess I was kind of total vision, you're not wrong. Oh well. I need to learn to stop doing that. My race can essentially see in 360 degrees. Oh well.
Yes, but I can also... Granted, I'm still here. You just can't see me.
I see. That makes sense.
Yes.
Well, personally speaking, I'm going to go to the library. I do hope that goes well. Or training, shall I say.
Yes. I get to go make sure nobody dies.
That's nice.
I was gonna say, it has been a while. How come there interrupted them? I felt bad for
thrown
taking this
even.
way.
Yes, magic or no magic?
You're just nature, correct?
Yeah.
What do we
Yeah.
mean?
Okay,
What's
those
up?
who is not, those who are affected by wind, could you please move?
Okay.
As a heads up. If you're affected by wind negatively,
Why were there toe
Already
beams
on
in my
fucking,
face?
So we have a moment.
wind, please help us out.
So I don't mind either way.
Alright. Magic it is.
So probably no
then.
magic, just so I can
My bones don't hurt as
get
much
used to
anymore.
it.
Here,
in case
we'll
I
double
can't
this
use
up.
my magic.
No, don't
Ah.
double heal. That could overheal them then.
It's fine.
You're a lot
My
stronger
bones are
than
vibrating.
I am, anyways, Professor.
Jesus.
The inner circle.
You're
That's why
getting
I'm
the
not
good
doing it
gist
for
today,
fun.
Knocko.
Outside the boundaries, just not past.
Thank
My bones are
goodness.
vibrating. Let's go.
So I can see.
Okay, thank you, Win.
We're not using magic anyway, so you'll be.
Awesome.
Knocko, have you shown Professor Cerise your dance?
Nobody's gonna drop a big.
Oh no, I have not. You want to see the funny?
Yes.
Could
Do
you
the funny.
do it off the arena? Because people have
Oh,
about to
yeah,
do
go
some
here,
sparring
go
at
here.
me.
Let's
Alright.
get off there. Come here, Knocko.
Where did you go? Oh, up here. Why are you going in the place I can't? Here.
Oh. Professor, don't die.
Alright, we're good.
It's for a whole week. It's stuck in my head permanently.
We're about to spar. Myself and
Very nice.
I made a magic rune just for it.
Yeah.
I'm proud of you.
Oh, no! My little boy!
Oh, it's not stopping.
Cerise, are you okay? Do you want to officiate the spar between Nova and...
I certainly can.
Nikos.
I'm gonna go change.
I'm good. Fair enough, because I need to look for Mr. Idris.
Okay.
No
Let's
magic
do
balls.
Cerise will be-
No, let's just heal. They're fine. If they any more healing, though, it's good.
Alright,
Okay, that's
They're still here and they haven't gone.
We're good.
Fontaine.
I don't know where they went.
Yes.
Also, Cerise. After this match is done, I'm going to get my little thing for stone started.
Oh.
Okay, which students do you need for that again?
It is going to be Geo, Cookery, if I remember right. And we'll
There's
have
a couple.
There's 4.
Poker,
There's a lot.
Stone Fuel.
Stone, I'm saying because I know Stone is that's he's the
So
one who's
Stone's
having the solo like exam. So
Yeah, Stone's the guarantee.
there have been 3 of my Centurions to beat up Stone.
To be honest, they chose themselves.
Wait, Stone chose?
Stone and Blitz.
Oh. Oh, okay then. Fair enough then. As long as
Sorry.
do I
It's
want to
ingrained in
know?
my head. It took a whole
I
week
practice
to
more
get
rune
the
magic.
rune magic. Yeah. It's pretty funny. Our whole dorm room, including with Gummy, we had like a party.
It's going to be
that's
Stone.
That's why the music was.
Sometimes, you know, so that explains why I'm doing
Lighten up a
If
little.
anything, I can help you with.
You actually haven't seen Coke and Drake spots? Apparently, they can the sales from money. We're good.
I wanted to help you train.
You are full of threats today. There are so many threats packed into that small little body of yours.
Times when you're
Can't be contained. Gotta let it out.
I thought you would know this. You know, honestly, didn't think about that. I understand that.
Not always. but
So how many?
Good to have practice.
You know what? No,
against
I'm not
other
gonna say
shields
that
and
actually,
other
because that doesn't make any sense.
On your go.
See, but that's another tactic. Baffle them with stupidity, and then they don't know what's going on.
Exactly.
Discombobulate,
Psychic
if you
thing.
will.
Yes, discombobulate.
I was gonna say, how many of those steps did you read in those letters you delivered? But I realized you probably don't open those letters.
God forbid if I do, I would be literally portraying the fact of what the entirety thing of a mail delivery is.
It's his dance. He did this for a whole week.
It is not your business what are in those letters.
It's on impulse now.
Exactly.
I made a room check.
Unless there's like some type of security thing that they can prove that, you know, hey, we need to check this because, you know, security.
I was trying to show you this one right here, but they beat me with a book.
You didn't know it was you.
You knew it was me. You acknowledged me.
How dare you beat up my best friendo?
Extended warranty.
It wasn't you. Acknowledged me.
You caught me off guard. I'm sorry.
You witnessed me. You waved at me. I started dancing like this, and you beat me with a book.
It's gonna come in spam mail, actually, in the letters. You know what?
I'm gonna stop speaking.
Curse be upon me.
What? Where?
Curse.
What is going on back there?
I can summon it.
No attempt
He said no piping people.
Where did?
Oh, you're Europa, you don't need to
Don't pipe people.
Breathe. Okay, back here.
You're fine.
They beat me with a book.
That doesn't mean you can pipe them.
Don't say
That should be.
You're not.
It was alright until you had to say it like that.
Yeah.
I don't know where it is.
I don't know where that pipe came from, but it manifested in my head and it
And there she goes.
What's happening?
Well, I don't think it's me.
I think I just backed
You
in
know
there.
it wasn't me.
Yeah, you did. Stop.
I don't have pipe magic.
Good.
I think that exists somewhere.
What did you do?
Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Just think about my shit when I see it.
Justice is swift. Justice is severe. Europa, are you something?
No one will hear you now.
Oh no, I don't know. I don't know what makes you help.
No one can help you.
I don't like this. I don't like this.
How does it feel to be in someone else's shoes?
Knocko, change me back right now.
How does it feel to be in someone else's shoes? Guess what? I'm stealing your size. Yeah.
Grab. Come here.
How's it feel to be in someone else's shoes?
I don't like this. I don't like this in the slightest.
I mean, I'm on stand.
Idris. Has anyone seen Idris anywhere? Okay. Well,
Not since your lesson. I haven't seen them since.
Okay, that means I have the unfortunate
normal fight.
I've been myself from all different parts of school until I eventually find them. Well, let's see.
I'm not sure
Place your, I guess, your hypothetical bet as to how many times I
make it big.
Yes.
I find them.
Don't make it big, please.
7.
Don't you dare make me big. Come on.
I'm betting 7.
Come on, being aggressive.
I'm not gonna do it.
I've learned to
Are you okay?
have this conversation before. Instead, focus on the people bashing the
Enemy?
It's a much
See an enemy.
Enemy?
Very close. One trick that I suggest, that if you're being aggressive and someone has a weapon, diagonal shield positioning, so they don't leave yours open, like so I can get those kicks on.
Okay. So.
Since you have a similar shield, whenever you go to block, unless it's a specific weapon, diagonal.
Got it.
It protects, it blocks, and it protects, like so.
It might be a coping mechanism now I think about it.
Which house are you?
See, you don't leave much opening, it's just your legs open. Colada. It leaves your center closed. Good.
Specific.
I will say, I want to be a little bit more retroactive with it.
That'll likely be a good idea for me to stand by should the
Be more retroactive with protecting your legs. That's the one thing that is a little tricky with a shield whenever you're being pushed on by two weapons.
I just don't know.
It's finding
I do not.
take this balance.
It disappears after a
between
bit.
the two.
It does if tried taking it.
Darn.
I can't say it. Just get over it. I won't be able to say it.
Okay, you're a light magic, yes?
I didn't expect
the
to
good
go through mental
focus instead
training
on
today.
Definitely when you get
I would
better
not call this
practice with your
training.
magic, I definitely want to Nancy dyslexia?
It's still technically training.
I'm being bullied.
See an enemy.
See, someone says, see an enemy.
Shoves down the sword. See an enemy.
See,
Exactly.
see and money.
Yeah, I kind of looked myself up in there.
Would you like to spar at some point?
Thinking you
It's
just
common.
killed Viviana's mind.
It's common one of the lesson plans.
Probably at some point.
Does not have to be today.
Oh, okay, I'll keep that in mind. Why do you have two swords?
Because why not?
Touche.
I would like to spar.
Why are your
I
weapons
need to
out?
spar again.
You want a sword? Oh no, you say you need spar. Never mind.
No, I need to
Because they can
spar.
be?
Oh,
I'm supposed to be having a sword soon.
Out of nowhere question, but how?
I'm not allowed to make swords. I keep burning through the hills.
I'll take weapons.
find
I
them?
have Tonfas. 1 damage.
Yes.
It barely does anything to most
7 tries.
Yes!
7 cents.
Yes!
Were you really not expecting the question?
Very.
And to tried the library, tried the dorm rooms, tried.
What type of
Where else was I? Tried the grand hall, tried the kittens, I tried the guest hall, tried the ritual room, tried the classroom, and lastly ended up going where we were, which was by the blacksmith.
Adapt to.
What are you looking for?
I was looking for Idris, and I wasn't able to get an answer of like, oh, has anyone seen where Idris has been? So it just became a game of, well, I have to send myself to different parts of the school and figure it out. And good luck.
You're not starting this,
Mal.
people
That's a very mean thing
I wasn't gonna pick you up right now, but I will. I'll do it. You watch yourself.
Oh,
Why are we
I
picking
thought you
up
were talking to me for a moment. I was gonna say,
I don't know.
cooked. Don't do that.
I would like to.
Are we sparring outside of the sparring ring?
I have
He's just trying to pick me up without my consent.
No, I wasn't going to.
I like
I'd asked if
sparring
I were to
people.
pick you up.
Issue is, if I start sparring people, I sometimes accidentally go a little too into it.
Pick you up right now.
Welcome to Curiosum.
So in theory, we're not saying we're just saying.
What?
You're making my head hurt.
I have
Psychic damage to you.
Exactly what I say.
Honestly, at this point, me neither.
I want to get up there.
I was not prepared that time.
Also, is that a necktie on your armor?
Yes. That was good.
Is that like part of your family?
Definitely, I would like to practice more of your magic in the future, but it's very.
I probably should have that.
So I was going to assume
Do you
that
have preference of a short sword?
So this part is keeping this one down firm. So this, the string is too long, so I just done it up.
100% sure with
I'm assuming
So then you can serve a double purpose of both being in armor and being ready to look fancy at places.
Over the next couple weeks, as we're partners, we can practice different weapons if you want, since you conjure yours. If you want to take practice of using different weapons to see what you like best.
We'll see.
Just let me know. I don't mind doing consistent spars. I do training on my own anyway, so it'll be no different.
Right. I'm gonna go bed. That was fun though.
It was, of course.
Go bother Kia.
All done, Nikos?
They need proper training, so I was giving them the proper training.
I mean, they are your fellow Centurions.
Exactly.
I'm the only other shield user on Centurions other than maybe Stone, but it's not his main use, so...
No, it's not his main.
The cloud-like parts.
Where
Mainly just, the cloud-like hair.
is Yasashi?
Where is your son?
There.
Right
Oh,
there.
he's over there. He's by Saber.
Fuck.
That would at least would have been my guess.
In fair, I thought it was someone else for a second. I had a blink.
I want to see if the time people who were
charged
mostly taken in by the tribe itself.
I mean, it's
I mean, you could always do some sparring, Kyo. You always seem to be having too much, so...
I'm gonna
The
spar
last time I sparred was against the
makes sense for Valen, because
construct,
Valen are...
and that part.
Giants in general are always trying to be very
I
much
would offer
a
Nikos, but I don't think I could
wouldn't
find
mind.
trying it would even dent that.
That's just
No, it
how
would. It's
giant culture
piercing.
tends to be, but
Check
at
my
the same time, it
Not
makes
allowed
sense
to
if
spar with the other
you're,
students anymore.
if the tribe is
Want to
mostly
try? I
can't
mean, I'm
offer
not that
anything
good
here.
of a
Valen.
fight,
What?
but I do need to get
sorry
more
to hear
practice
that.
in.
Then I
It's
don't
not
whatever
a
it is,
bad
you
thing.
probably
I
should
just
figure
want to
out
offer to
if-
help.
in water.
You should probably
I'm
figure out
guessing
something
that
then.
Whoever is in charge of
Well, I mean, I don't really need to spar that
Nikos,
much.
dear, I'm going to head off.
Just point a fireball at the crown of my
Yes,
opponent, it
yes.
explodes. Usually works.
Restful then, please.
You should probably figure out how to
I'd love to
control
watch
it
you
then.
Hopefully later in the week.
Oh, that's literally why I came
Take
here.
care,
It's just that
Boria.
it hasn't really helped.
very...
You know who would probably help
organized,
most now
very
to think
much,
about it?
like,
Ironwood.
Church.
Literally, the man cannot
Oh.
contain his
I
strength half the
those are
time.
the
Fun, it's fun.
peacekeepers of
If he can't contain his strength half the time, then wouldn't contacting him be the complete opposite of what I want to do?
making sure that everyone
No,
is,
because he has the most
doing their
experience
part.
having the same struggles.
The best way of
You're
putting
me
it.
and right back, you said?
Yeah, but his was more of like a physical strength thing. Mine is an actual mana thing.
Race and-
Have you asked him if it was
I mean, he
also
did used to
mana?
mentor me. Oh yeah, I have. And his issue was never mana.
At least one
It's keeping up with the limits that he pushes his body to. Mind you, the body and the mana are in some ways are intertwined, but his mana has always been something of a non-issue
Nikos,
from
I
what
just
I
realized
understand.
something. Since Kyo probably needs to get more energy out, I don't know if he's still around, we can make it a 2v2. Give more people experience with each other.
Kyo,
more led by
go
pure
fetch him.
plants.
I don't mind a 2v2.
Oh my goodness gracious. Q!
I'll fetch the cat.
I'm right here.
Not
The
you.
other cat. Perfect.
The one that doesn't wander
Q
off.
agreed to it.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Well, yes. And
I'm assuming
when it
magic,
comes
yes,
to
or just weapons?
giants, I don't have a lot of research on them.
Are people still fighting?
Mostly because I have not seen
I
as
don't
far as I
mind
have, I
either.
have not actually seen a lot of giants in my time. I've seen the different kinds, yes, but I have not explored much of the areas where giants tend to dwell, which is primarily Zirin and Eventaria.
Yeah, and this is a
I've
small
not
area.
Well, I
gone
have
to
my flashbang, so let's not.
Do you want to use the other arena then?
Good amount of Enteric.
That probably would also
Maybe a safer one, so then this way we don't have to worry
Let's
about
use the other arena.
Let's use
Yeah, the other arena's
Thing I
better.
know, I am pretty much just kicked out of Enteria. It's the last thing I
My father used to tell me that giants were just my big siblings because we're both born of Nana.
Wait, I suppose.
I'm a gremlin, so we're kind of like the same thing.
Mr. Blix is also a menace because of his, well, aura effect.
Maybe I can get your nails end up a little bit.
You ready?
I can take a couple of headshots before things get bad.
Can you put up the?
Maybe I can take him out of the fight.
I certainly can.
always check your surroundings if you're choosing.
I forgot that was a thing. Okay, Oh right, the ice. I'm trying to figure out.
Kick their asses.
Well, now can go up in the air.
You can.
Are you guys ready?
They're using magic.
Yeah, I'll use my steel bubble if needed. But that's it. I don't want to use my light. Okay, I guess if you're ready. I guess you're ready? I'm sorry, I'm not
I'm ready.
100% combat oriented yet.
I do believe they're ready. Whenever you are.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm so nervous. This is easier with Yazashi.
You asked for this.
You got this.
No, I know.
I'm fast. I forget the tonsils are different.
I'm gonna go check on Miss Sayori because I need to see if there's any students here that she needs for stones things.
Alright. Look, if
But,
either one
like,
of them go feral, I'm not responsible. I'm just one-punching them to knock them out.
That's fine as long as you're not killing them. Just
I
make sure
won't
they are
kill them,
very
I will just knock them out.
Yeah, so like, just nothing. Basically, don't use any force beyond what's needed.
Of course. I'm gonna use less force than Ironwood would.
That's already.
Yes, but this is also my specialty.
Side!
Right.
I'm just checking right now. There's too many other Valkyries are practicing, so it's fine. They haven't started yet, but keep an eye on the wall here. They're using it as a boundary. Just in case it might go a little overboard. Alright. You're more needed here, honestly.
On your back, Nikos. Yeah. Do you know that the time for the fire is just till one surrenders?
Either until one of them surrenders, one of them goes feral, or until one of them can see it. I mean, I'll give them another, I don't know, 5 minutes? No, let's give them 8 minutes.
Sorry, I got something to help out with the feral stuff.
I know, I was just gonna knock them unconscious.
Yeah, I'll grab them and just go do this.
I mean, that also works too.
I know Nico has one as well.
Yes.
No, in case he... What's up here then?
Probably a good idea.
Damn it, we gotta kill him. Come on.
Hey, relax.
Healing wind, heal us out these wounds that we gained from this battle. If you're affected by wind, you know, it'd be wise you not be in here because I think you're lightning. I got some good hits. Just try all the range. I'm not used to that.
Too excited. Hi, Gummy. Hey, Gummy. I know you can produce some sounds and such. Do you have any means to make a more calming kind of music? If you could come in here.
You okay?
Buddy. You said you can make
Just not used to it.
Are you?
Sorry.
He blows air.
Kind of. That may like people have a different focus on.
Well, from all the panting and excess sounds like things went well.
Here's one.
Come on.
He blows some air in your area.
Did he get his butt
Breathe.
kissed? It kind of seems like he might have gotten his
Phil.
I'd like to keep it in check for a little longer. I hate this.
Light user.
You're practicing. You're getting there.
win.
You're getting
Light
better.
user, time win, so it should be fine for all of us inside.
Yeah.
Hey, are you guys
If you
okay
need,
with
I
Gummy
got that.
playing some music as well, just to help distract?
Sure.
Maybe somebody else also focus their cell phone.
Okay.
Alright, Gummy, I heard a yes. You good with it, Viviana? She's just light, after all, so it shouldn't hurt any of us here.
We're all fine.
Go ahead, Gummy.
You gotta check the big guy over there.
Yeah, they were just preparing.
You know, I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't sure what I was expecting, but...
Whatever works, right?
Yeah.
Yes, whatever works.
You did good.
Thank you. Yeah, but I think it's really good. Although, I do think it's important to try and see if you get yourself to do a bit more teamwork there.
Yeah.
Sorry. Do, by the way.
It's for future.
Did they do good?
I would say they did pretty well. I mean, it was also good of
but it's
Kyo
always
to
good to point out
recognize
these
that they
things.
were
I mean,
That's true.
reaching a
actually,
certain
they're
mental
dedicated
state
to it, but, you know.
and not
It was also
pushing
the second
past
goal we
that.
got, so.
That's fighting that's gone. That's good.
I'm part decent. You don't have to sugarcoat that term.
Bravo,
Your
bravo.
magic if you needed to.
Yeah.
But
Although it
yeah.
might help if you...
I would agree. I don't know
Very
much
good,
about
yeah.
a lot of the new students, but
Yeah,
had a little bit of a glint in their eye when I got over here,
I
so...
had the range to be like, oh, you just want to keep
My
Yes, yes, they did.
You went for the face.
Yeah,
I couldn't bring it up. I couldn't bring it up fast.
energy used up and you keep on
Stop
doing
it.
that.
You have more weight.
My practice with Suzashi did help.
And I thought,
I'm glad I didn't have to knock anyone out.
To avoid. You seem to have a lot of nimbleness.
That
for
is
it,
good.
so-
Yeah.
I would not have liked to walk over here to somebody cratered into the woods. But if that was the case, then I'd be sure to at least try to not set them on fire.
no, just to self dodge that a lot
Pointed
more.
it there. Gave me a small
Thank you,
haircut.
Win.
Sorry.
No, you're
I think we're all
fine.
good
You
now.
did
I
good.
really
make
do
you
appreciate the
completely
stamina.
bald.
It feels
You're
good.
fine.
feel
You only cut a strand, but the point is that you did good.
Good.
Oh.
Oh, now it's just a jam sesh, I guess.
Good job, Gummy.
Good job. Thank you, Gummy.
You can stop now.
You know,
Gummy, if
you
like.
just
She
All
just
I
wants
was
to
saying
jam.
was
to watch the match to
that
make
is
sure.
good for future when
Yes.
we're fighting, the cult, but I like my pretty
Gummy has some really
face.
good tunes.
I mean, Fontaine's over there,
Oh,
so.
don't trust me.
And
I won't be aiming
Sayori's
for your
there,
face.
too.
I'll be aiming
Yeah.
for theirs.
Yeah, it should be okay. I was over there earlier. They were doing planning stuff. I got
Thank
a little
you.
bored listening, but
I wish we had
it seemed to be going well, from what I could tell. They were just discussing abilities, strategies.
The one thing about Gagapashi over there, be Ropa and
not common at all in Serenity.
Yeah,
You
and
barely see any
Arla.
that
Thank you again,
music at all.
Gummy.
Cube was over there as well as the moth person, whose name I haven't caught yet. Oh.
Talking about Valkyrie
Be
specifically.
careful. I'm not as warm as I usually am, but knowing your element, you probably don't want to touch me too much.
I just wanted to give a head pat.
No, trust me, I do too. I'm gonna talk to the professors pretty soon to set up a rune on something to physically cool down me to the touch, not like physically cool me down, but to other people.
Life like Aurora Borealis is very cool in the performance.
Are you feeling okay?
Okay, I was really able to bring out the.
I don't know right now.
In case.
Okay, well I would
Do you
offer
need
to
a
heal
nap?
you, but it's fire
Do you
elemental, and I feel like that would hurt you.
Do you need like some juice or
Mana sickness. I don't know.
I'm fighting the fire user, police.
Did you really use that much mana?
Oh, I'm one of those.
I don't know.
I get too into it.
No, I don't think so.
You know what? Wait
I'm
here.
not allowed to right now.
I wasn't injured at all.
Okay.
To strictly forbid it until everybody's outfitted in magical metal.
Then we're not.
Yeah.
Then it's a very different story for us.
Yeah.
Here, mana potion.
Thank you.
Mana potion just for you.
Forbidden to do that.
Thank you.
I would hope not. That was good. I really enjoyed that.
I've got a Spark Assassins tournament, so
I need to do more practice with you. You need it, and I need a fast opponent.
that, and
you're
I'm
one of
still waiting on the
fastest
sword
here.
I'm gonna be getting soon, so I won't be just using my time pass anymore.
I also think Kyo needs to slow down a bit on his swinging, only because I feel like you're tying yourself out
Well.
more because of it. You be swinging, and I'm like, I'm over here, bud.
Yeah, I'm also a light user as well. I'm very quick, but at the same time.
No, yeah,
my
no, trust
energy
me, if I was
goes
right there in front of you,
quickly.
all those blows would have been impossible for me to dodge. That would have been.
It's still the point of
You did
to
good.
get the
Bye,
energy out,
Idris.
and you need
Thank
to
you.
practice. So.
I kind of
That and
took
also
off some
focusing
of
on what
Nikos'
enemies are there, what aren't there is. My brain thinks that they're there and then they're not.
Yo.
I mean, as long as they don't look over, it's fine.
Listen, I've seen one go through the school.
I'm glad I did it.
I can take them.
Gives practice and help with specifically if we have Cerise watching us for in case to have better training for your Pharaoh. I'll specifically make it tough for you and see how to better with it.
Exactly,
'Cause
I'm
can-
proud. I
can,
didn't have to put either of you
protect
down.
myself. Okay, that was the one time, and that was an extreme moment. Give me leniency.
Fine.
The only reason why I'm a lot better at my Pharaohs because of
Getting
Ironwood.
better, or plan to.
We also
Ironwood's
were
been-
all able to notice it ahead of time, so you didn't have to do any of that. So we knew how to handle ourselves.
Yes, and I'm proud of all of you
I
for
kind of
doing that.
I kind of pinned you against Viviana's bubble. That's why. That's why I kind of did
That
that.
and also you kind of got your spear lodged into my shoulder for a moment.
Ooh, well, probably was like threatening at it, but I don't think lodge is the right
It was more.
word.
I had it more like this. It was more on your shoulder, pushing against your chest, to keep you pinned. Calm.
Wait, Yazashi.
What element are you again?
I don't go for stabs when sparring. I go for cuts. So
Yazashi.
Nature, right. Okay, this is fine then.
I only go for stabs when it's like the tournament.
Yeah.
Actual fighting.
Oh.
I only go for cuts.
You know what?
Water.
Water.
Oh.
That's
I don't know
not
how
water.
that works. I don't think you can move
My
forward.
dome's
with
big enough to encase yours.
Not. Yes.
Really?
Not really the point. but sure.
Makes me feel better about myself.
This isn't a size
That's right.
contest.
They're not trapped in there.
Apparently.
They're trapped in there with
Apparently it is.
you.
Exactly. Someone gets it.
I
Oh
have
my
your back,
goodness.
Nako. Don't worry.
No, Nako, you have the easiest way of beating them. You have your shield up, they drop you this pipe.
Well, I can't
Oh,
control where the
God.
pipes go.
This is true. They can't.
The best I can do is wood.
Oh.
Oh.
Good job. You still got some good blows.
Wood.
Very clever in trying to
Wood.
grab my staff there.
I
That's for
learned it
sure.
from him. Try to get the weapon trapped between my
I said he would.
spikes?
They
Yes,
got my,
the
they got,
prongs of your trident.
Tongs.
Prongs.
I was gonna say tongs. Prongs, tongs, whatever.
Tongs are the things you
It's not
use
a
to pick up
salad
meat
implement.
or salad.
It's not
Yeah.
a salad implement.
Are you actually a king?
Never mind.
Oh my gosh.
I understand what they're talking about.
And then corrected me. So.
Look, I just have to tease you a little, Nico.
A quick second because Ida is gonna grab something real quick. I think it's like just
Let me
in that
reveal the
space, probably.
secrets.
This is why I don't. This is why I don't fuck with loud magic.
I will let you know when they are.
This is why I have a rune on my helmet, and I have my earphones.
My ears are slightly ringing. Ow.
Well, it's a good thing we didn't use magic then, because I would have done my howl.
Watch out, watch out, watch out.
Alright, they are back.
It's a form
I
of healing
mean,
magic.
at least I could have probably withstood it.
Sort of like a
Watch your
painkiller.
mouth your stuff.
Painkiller applied directly to the forehead.
It is?
Correct.
It was,
Yes,
yes.
sitting in the face. Don't have to be careful
You know
with
what?
spear
Well-
with stone and whatnot with people taller than me. It's rare I have to worry about it, but I do.
Mm.
Usually it goes over people's heads, so I'm not overly
That hurts my legs to deal
with.
I'm fine because I literally sit down
Okay.
fucking all the time. Sorry.
Well, yes, but what I'm more meaning
even that
with,
can get
with my spear
sore.
when I have it out.
Trust me, it is. I
I
don't
mean,
know how to
A
feel
week
about
straight for that. A week straight, basically.
They can't control when it happens,
They
okay?
practice for a week.
Oh no, this I can.
That one you can, but the
Yes.
pipe you
They
can't.
That one I
That
can.
one they practiced
The
for
pipe,
a week.
the pipe is uncontrolled. The
Determination.
pipe is a force of nature.
Fontaine, is everyone
Pipe
ready?
is
Oh
a
my
force of nature.
the pipe is.
No,
a
but I did
force.
spend a week learning how to make a music
Let me check.
rune.
Alright, I'm gonna go
You should
change.
talk with Gummy, they
and I'm
love
gonna
it.
go watch. I'm gonna go
Oh,
watch the.
well, I'm roommates with them.
battle.
We had a dance party.
Oh yeah, I want to watch that too. Is it over on the other one?
It's, I think so.
Get out of this sweaty gear now.
No, it's in the forest.
Exactly.
It's in the.
It is in the forest,
Oh,
yeah.
the forest.
That ahead of you. They haven't started yet.
That's not bad. I have the ice to cool me.
Is there still a hole in your Archon's like room or something like that? It's like gone now. I would be surprised if I walked in school and
What the? Hey,
Not yet. They are almost ready.
what the heck? Okay, that's just rude. I can do wind too.
My goodness.
Yeah.
Whoa.
All
Windy,
right.
honey.
Oh no.
I would like to apologize for my transgressions. No, 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 no.
Nako, you gotta understand. That's a mistake.
And no, seriously, just just walk straight through it and just start like just going like this and tearing it open.
Be nice.
God, I can feel it.
I mean, to be fair, you were the one that started.
I was just pushing. I was showing them my limits. Didn't have any of the cutting capabilities to it. I took up work into that.
Alright, they are ready.
All right, everyone may
I
begin
believe
then.
they're ready for the event.
I'm
gonna say they've been plotting for a bit.
They have been.
Oh, okay.
There'll be
Because we could set up like we could pull you up on top of the wall and hold you there.
James. Professor
They're very
Fontaine, would I be safe or should I be on the other side?
I would say probably the other side. Well, actually, no. You'll be. I think you'll be safe here because myself and Cerise are here.
See over the wall.
That's true.
Yeah, myself and Cerise are here, so you'll be safe.
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
here, so
I would
you're
say
fine.
just stick around
like we're moving
Professor
anyway.
Fontaine. He's a rock of a man. What? I couldn't help myself. I'm sorry, Professor. I am sorry. I just couldn't help myself.
He's gonna murder you while you sleep tonight, James.
No, I'm not going.
So, why? That is like, come on.
I'm kidding. I know you wouldn't kill him.
Oh. I'd only open up to page. No, I'm kidding.
No.
Oh no!
I know exactly what that book held.
I've seen that book opened. I know what's inside.
Oh God.
Well, you know what it looks like from the outside.
Yes.
You have not seen what it looks like.
I don't want to know what it looks like from the inside.
I don't think anybody does.
Seeing it from the outside was bad enough.
Not collapse.
Don't worry. The worst that can happen is either you end up comatose, screaming in agony, or you gouge out your own eyes. Or you die. One of the four. So.
One of
Really
the
just a
four, he
gamble.
says.
Or coma. I forgot if I mentioned a coma.
No, you did say coma, yes.
Then yes, one of the four. It's a gamble which one will happen. It depends on how strong your mental fortitude is. Because usually you'll see things that you never thought you would ever be able to comprehend. There was one person who ended up vomiting the moment that they ended up getting out of it. I was like, oh, congrats, you only puked.
Okay.
Yeah, and it looks like the con has started.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Oh. Oh.
I'm here, don't worry. I'm just up here.
Okay.
I'm just here to have a higher vantage point to see things.
Oh, that's... Huh. Huh. Wait, who is... It's Stone... Who is Stone working with?
I mean, it kind of looks like Biol is helping. Gio looks to be on their side too.
Good. Like I said, I would love to be able to be on the other side of the wall, but...
Yes, it makes it very hard for you to be able to see.
I mean, I'm tall when I can be on my fin, however...
That requires water.
Yes. And I'm not at that stage yet, unfortunately. Is it good that he's using fire magic in the forest?
Oh no, Fontaine and I put runes on all the trees.
Okay.
Yes.
have to be careful with the friendly fire, too. Hmm. Hmm.
Everybody's not getting too close.
I'm not going to. I
That
just
was
can't
towards,
see over the wall. Oh.
Just letting them know. I don't want to accidentally poison someone if they got close to me.
That's fair.
I don't want to cheat.
No, that's fair.
Hmm.
Well, now they're just ganging up on Wilhelm.
Yeah. I wonder why.
Because they caught him out.
Hmm. Ah, the electricity.
Mm-hmm.
I remember when it almost fried me. Not intentionally, of course.
There is always the risk of unintentional
Mhm.
electrocutions.
It was for the mock test, I guess. I can't remember what house. But people almost electrocuted me.
If it was for the mock battle, that would have been copper beer.
Into the wall.
Oh dear.
Ooh. Ooh.
Oh,
Oh. Yep, nope, definitely glad I put runes on all those trees.
Yeah.
I'm gonna scoot back just a little bit.
You're okay with water, right?
Yes.
No, now you listen, son. In the middle. He's gonna hold you into the wall. He's holding you down into it. He's gonna force himself up. He's gonna force himself up.
Ooh.
Push into that.
Yeah. Here?
Yeah. Yep, right there.
Fuck.
Hey.
Well.
No, I'm glad you put the bubble up now.
Let's just put out another one.
Electric hammers to the both sides of the temples. In the eye.
Oh, in the eyes. Oh dear.
In the eyes.
He's going for your eye weak spot. In the eye, right in the face. Side to the head.
Interesting.
Ankle.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Ooh. That looks like it hurt.
It did.
Respond.
I'm fine.
I think I'm okay to put it down for now.
I think we're safe to put it down.
You know, I almost jumped backwards right into that. That would have been really unfortunate for me.
That would have been
Yeah,
extremely
probably.
unfortunate.
Granted, it doesn't have any healing magic, so you should be okay. Because it's
yeah, I
not
just don't
going
like
into your
water.
mana veins. No, that's fair.
Unless somebody's a very high-ranged attack, they can't really
I do not believe they can see
the ground.
They have another
The only
flag.
person who can really hit them is Zora, and Zora's on the ground right now.
I have a feeling I'm gonna be needing my mending rune.
Possibly.
cover as Irenaeus has aerial combat than she does.
I mean, more so for stone.
Yes. Definitely for stone.
He's been taking his legs for sure, but...
And this is a test of his leadership, correct?
I believe so, yes.
That's what I understood, yeah.
I see.
Don't worry.
Oh.
Thank you.
It was a little late on
What?
that, though. You're all fine, yeah.
Wasn't me. I didn't do it.
Thank you.
I did not do that either.
No, that was him. That was to keep people from the lasers.
Was that your magic?
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I was wondering. I never seen you use yours. So.
Yeah. Thank you for not having us do me medical right now, 'cause I don't want to try to heal poison wounds right now.
Was it a straight beam? I'm guessing from Irenaeus.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't believe intentionally, but...
No.
No.
I'm not
here.
I'm about to say yes. I'm not assuming that.
I believe they're getting closer to the out of bounds area.
That's what I'm about to look.
That would be.
Have they had anybody, like, take a break? Surrender? Anything? They're just kind of wailing on each other, and this isn't very strategically inclined at this point.
Stone attempted to get
I don't believe
Wilhelm
she
to
makes
surrender,
such
though he did
arguments.
not.
Cannot hear what they are talking about.
How long is it supposed to be lasting?
Yeah, shouldn't it be ending soon?
Although I'm
That's
hoping it ends
on
soon. They've
Sayori,
just been
I
wailing on
think.
each other.
Versus your two. Professor Sayori is watching. They have a 15
Never
minute
a time
delay. Aaron
limit.
keeps shooting a beam at Laura.
15?
Yes.
They're gonna eat each other up.
I don't know how the teams are. That is part of the leadership exercise, yes.
Oh. Aura's with them as well.
Wilhelm, Irenaeus, Aura, Coco.
Is it going to be ending soon, Professor?
That is a really good question. That is also an answer that I cannot give because
I
this is
see
not
a Sayori, so perhaps.
Listed a 15-minute. I believe they have
The sooner I can go back to my office and go get my jacket, the better, because I would prefer not to have to look like Discount Ironwood right now. With just
Why do
an
you-
armlet, just having my arms showing.
You do. Why?
You know that thing
Do
where
you
people
not know
have
your
Because if I
jacket?
have-
pumps and then do
because
the
I
little
have to use
explosion
my
thing?
runes
I
in
just
case,
realized that I'm like 50%
things
sure
go
that we
south
could
and I
actually
have
do
to
that and
break
have
up
it be
any
a genuine
fights.
explosion.
And
just...
if I have to go any further, for example, and
Come on. Saying, be kind of funny. Oh, okay, we're going.
yes, because then if I have to go further and do that, then I'm just going to end up like actually breaking something.
Exactly. We can both break up fights.
Yes, you have the sword and I have the shield.
Exactly.
Yes, Q.
Says if anyone needs a bomb, just call
That
my
might
name.
also have been intentional, as Irenaeus was watching from above and.
True, if we need a bomb. Oh, if we need any sort of like a bomb, then we'll get you and we'll get Leviticus. And the two of you together can make something very
Oh my
destructive.
goodness. That would be extremely destructive.
Yes, the grease slime and the gremlin who has explosive magic already is certainly something.
I'm going to say you have no need to hold back against me.
Which one, Leviticus? Oh, are you asking like more if they're done?
So far,
Says, why was the Valkyrie needed? Was somebody hurt badly?
It's mostly just a matter of just post spar, checkups to make sure that if there's anyone who has sustained any injuries, just to patch them up if need be.
Yes, it is good training for them.
familiar. Keep up, change of pace and whatnot.
Well, I don't expect, obviously, the students, in this case your peers, to, of course, like, go and try to, like, maim each other. It's still good to at least, try, at least to some extent. It's just like, more along the lines of, like, yes, you can go ahead and punch them in the face, but, like, don't try to, like, rip off their arm, Like,
Switch it up, to get, familiar with your fellow centurions and to...
It says, after some experimentation, I've discovered that stone can survive some moderate level external explosions.
yes, he certainly can. Keep in mind that's how crystal core gargoyles are. They're mostly known for being the best in support and defense.
And then I have not yet tried any internal explosions, mostly because they're much more compact and I fear I may break part of them.
Yes, let's not try that. We could, if anything, get something that can mimic what stone's body is made of. And you can test it on that, but but as long as, of course, we're not going to test on Stone himself, no. Also because if it ends up being too strong and it ends up breaking something off of his core, ooh, no,
that would be bad.
Yeah, let's avoid that situation. Of course. And of course, not saying that you would, but, it's just... I like to encourage testing and research and studying, but as long as it's within a safe environment, that we're
Our
good.
training styles will culminate on the field. As I imagine, each house has a different way they are going about it.
I mean, that's also part of the reason why I go to every single class I possibly can, whether it's my house or not.
Most classes recently have been
generalized.
Hopefully, you've at least been enjoying your day then, Miss Sirius.
I have, yes.
It's good.
It says, sir, I have recently discovered the fact that I am indeed a war crime.
Yes, yes, you are.
He's a what?
A walking war crime.
Oh, yes. Yes, that's... that is what someone had definitely described. Originally I thought they were talking about Leviticus, and then they were like, no, I'm talking about Cube. I'm like, oh, fair enough then.
Cube's magic is very volatile.
That does qualify as well, yes.
We discussed it earlier.
Oh, finally. I can go get my jacket back. I think we're done.
It's why I paired him with Stone, for he can... I see him as more of a open flame that needs to focus on.
Yeah, this feels more natural.
So, and if you're gonna go talk to her, don't. You can tell that
But
she
yes,
didn't
it has
want
also
people to talk
been
to her as much.
at least
Kept
a good
trying to
day
shove 'em
here.
away and everyone kept crowding her.
It has
That's why
been.
she's walking away now.
I will admit, I had to chat with one of the students that I was not expecting to have a sort of chat with, but I mean, hey, you can't expect everything to go well.
That's true.
More along the lines of having to just be very blatant and honest with a student, telling them, well, if you're going to not show me, if you're not going to show what it means to be a cavalry, then you should probably pick a different house.
No, I'm good.
Yeah, probably. If they're not
I was
gonna...
having an issue where, for some reason, I could see everyone, but anytime anyone talked,
They're not
Keep it
gonna...
long and short and keep it as...
Yeah.
So like,
Keep
if
the
I
long
was
and
talking to you
short
right
and
here,
as
you'd be
low
right
as I
here,
can
but I
as
would
the
hear you
chatting over
talking
there. It was
behind
mostly
me.
just gear because
Okay.
has an issue with
It was anyone.
that centurion over there, of course,
I was
spear
not
and
happy.
shield.
Um,
And I had to be very just blatant and honest. It's just if you're not going to make it, there's like, oh well, he hasn't tried to, apologize or anything. I'm like, well, have you tried? And starting conversations like, well, they say hello and they walk by. I'm like, well, then that's not trying. It's just saying hello.
Sound goes into me and
Like,
I
where was the effort in that?
It's kind of weird.
Oh, that's unique.
And it's just like, oh, well, they keep walking away. I was like, well, yes. And have you taken the initiative to be like, hey, I would like to talk? And actually, getting something started there. But being given the answer of like, oh, I don't see why I should have to be the person to do that when they wronged me. I was like, well, either way, you have to be the bigger person at some point, or else you're gonna get nowhere.
That is
Had to be very upfront.
very true.
Festivities are over.
And don't get me wrong, I understand both sides because, yes, it's one thing if like your trust is betrayed and such, but if you're just going to let it fester and you want to be a leader and you're just going to act like that, no, pick a different household.
will never turn down a request for.
You're not showing active problem-solving skills then.
At least every
Granted, I can't say the same for him.
After meditation,
He's not either.
If you ever, like, 8, 9-ish.
But still, regardless, one of them has to do something.
Roughly that time, can go get a cup. I might be still in their room.
I don't
That's my only concern though, because my goodness, if we have another case like we did last semester, we have people just like at each other's throats or just constantly bickering, and it's just going to be another case of what happened last semester back over in.
But that was not a good idea.
Okay, Zero, and I don't want that again.
Yes, I believe I read through those post-mission documents.
All the reports that we have.
Yeah.
It's not fun, in the slightest.
No, it is not.
That's my only concern.
Why are you once again offering people a letter of the alphabet? You
We
can't
shall
conjure those.
And I have
Cube, how do you spell T?
have her giving me attitude because I told her just straight up as I worded it. It's just if you're going from what I've garnered from this conversation is that you have not shown me any sign of you have not shown me like traits of a cavalry so far. It's like, oh, but I talked to. It's like, oh, I talked to Ernest, I talked to so and so during our problems. Like, cool. You're telling me this. I haven't seen any of that, so if you're wanting me to just go off of your word, that's nothing. Your words mean nothing if I don't see the actions behind them.
Drink for now. We'll stick with the drink for now.
Just this man with this cube exposed night. I don't know how to feel about
I'm a man of action and deeds, not of words.
Alright, someone get the lights so we can
I
shine
don't have time to deal with
We're
that.
like, alright, Cube, tell us all your secrets now.
Yes, words are vastly meaningless when compared to action.
Precisely. In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter what anyone tells you if they don't follow it. You could for example, you could promise me like 1 million gold and my own island, but if you don't do it, then that just means your word meant nothing.
Exactly.
So, wanna promise me 1 million gold and a free island?
I don't have either of those.
I already did earlier, and they said that it'd be fine. They wanted to sit there.
Do you think I know? Cool, I can have like my own island. I can like invite random people to just do like funny little games on there. Who knows? Maybe just like see how long they can survive on the island.
Persona, obviously, because you have dark.
I mean, we just get ironwood to make you an island.
Lightning, darkness.
Call it like Survivor or something. Something very simple. People will, every now and then they have to like. Oh wait, even better. Every now and then they have to like vote someone off. It makes it easier. That way it's not just because if I get like a bunch of people who are just like, yeah, no, I can stay here for a long time, and then it's just like, oh well, then that's no fun. I just realized I can do that.
It reacts negatively to wind.
That sounds like a good plan.
Write that down.
You should write that down.
That's why he's making note of that.
Wind's elemental weakness is clay, and clay cannot really be healed because of it.
Is that what you want?
You are suggesting
Either that or get like either that or see if anyone wants to try and have like a sailing contest and what I put give them like a really difficult opponent.
As much as I look at it, I still need to
Oh, I know who. I have them try and sail against one of my centurions.
I'm simple.
You have not seen them before, but and
No, I have read the reports
granted,
though.
This is true.
Oh yes, there's Ash. I'll have them sail against her. And you'll be like, well, isn't that a bit unfair? I mean, she's already. You lead the crew, doesn't she? I'm like, yes, that's the challenge. You can find a way.
Don't have the water body trait that every other slime on the planet has, so like a little crying cat next to it.
And to think like a pirate.
Yeah, that's what I said. Unfortunately, I was gonna say I could do that, but
Against an actual pirate.
And a pirate crew.
Either that or just having. Either everyone plays dodgeball.
Hi, Gummy. Hope you've been doing well
Simple
today.
game.
Thank
You
you
throw.
again so much. I really actually appreciate
You
it.
people on opposite ends of the field. They have like a line in the middle. We put like a few balls there.
I'm gonna go see what they do.
And your goal is you can't go over the line and just you have to throw the ball to your opponent. And if it hits them, then they're out. You have the entirety of the school. What was it? All the students against Ironwood. Easy. All you have to do is hit them once.
Ugh. That's so unfair against the students, though.
The one out is bound to hit him.
I mean, probably.
Cube has
Does
a
he have an
crush on
idea?
everything.
What is your
Alright.
idea, Cube?
Says, what if I spin in a circle really high up and shoot grease everywhere and then blow up literally everything on the school grounds?
Okay, let's
It's
try an
that what
idea
you
that
do,
doesn't. That technically could. There is a possibility that could hit him. However, let's try something that won't possibly destroy the school grounds. Go from there.
Yes. Look, if Ironwood isn't allowed to destroy the school grounds, you aren't allowed to destroy the school grounds.
And certainly, if myself and Virtues are not allowed to destroy the school grounds, you also cannot destroy the school grounds. Yeah, that rule came into play about 3, maybe 4 semesters ago, because, or there was the idea of like, okay, we're going to show you what could possibly happen in a fight, and it ended up being me and Virtues sparring after a me-shaped hole in, well, the Grand Hall, after he threw me from the arena to the Grand Hall, and also me leaving a crater after basically dragging me up the hill where the dragon is and throwing me down. It realized, well, I say they, but more so the headmistress was not too happy. So, yeah.
Let's imagine why.
Yeah, because in her own words, she says, "I pay you to teach the students, not to destroy my property."
That makes sense.
Yeah, it was not fun cleaning that up.
The reason why that little door is boarded up.
No, that's because I tried to give a cooking lesson.
Oh. Yeah. You're okay. I saw the flex.
It just says it's destroying property, a very bad thing, Professor.
Well, to an extent, if it's something like, oh, I put a small, like, fist-shaped hole through the wall, and, you know, it's like, okay, that's not too bad, but when we have to get an entire section of the school renovated, then it's a problem.
It says, wow, that's really great, that's amazing. I'm really glad I never almost potentially could have perhaps done that. I would never do so. Thank you, Professor. This insight is amazing! Exclamation mark.
Okay. Thank you, Cube. Alright, for now, I'm going to go check on a few of the other students, but just don't blow anything up.
Yes.
Or at least don't do like massive damage.
Small damage is fine.
Okay.
Yes.
Alright.
Because, see, this is how it works. Anytime one of you breaks something, it means we have to fix it, and then Fontaine and I have to put runes on it to make it stronger.
Okay. Be real with me for a second. So, hypothetically, if we were to ever need Project Doomsday, how fucked would I be in terms of property damage?
Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna take that as a very fucked. Alright, cool. Good job, you.
Probably.
Yeah, myself, Wilhelm, and a couple of other people devised a plan where they make a giant metal cannon and fill me with a bunch of explosives, like shrunk down by my friend magic, and so I'm like full of them. And then Finn's explosive spores in me as well, and a lot of shrapnel. And then making the launch accelerated with.
Hi.
Hey, with grace is what I was gonna say. So when I land on the ground and detonate, it's like, I don't know, like Probably about 40 times more powerful than my normal big explosion, which can destroy quite a few buildings. Now, Project Doomsday.
Oh,
You
they're
didn't do
like
that for
me.
They are
Yeah,
kind of
like
like
you, buddy.
you.
Oh,
Yeah.
fellow destruction doer. Do you also not fight people because you're scared you hurt them really bad?
I believe I'm not allowed to use my magic practically ever.
Yeah, that's me too, buddy. You get used to it. And hey, you're a lot physically bigger, so you can probably do more than I can in a fight.
I mean, they're also very flammable.
Depends.
Oh.
Sometimes, not all the time. Right now, I'm actually highly resistant to that.
You're just
But if
like me,
hypothetically I were
except
to
fire
infuse
just
my
doesn't
entire
affect me
body
anymore.
with grease magic like this, all of a sudden I am the most volatile thing to ever exist. And if like a tiny spark hit me, I would blow up and destroy a very, very, very large area around here. So yeah, that's fine.
I might have some arsonistic tendencies.
Pardon?
Sorry. Little bit of the inside brain thinking. I haven't lit anything on fire in a while, and hearing you blowing up everything in the nearby area when you're like that, I was very tempted to just kinda...
Yeah, I
It was a little bit of a temptation.
Yeah, the property damage alone would have been in the, don't let these two near each other category.
Ah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, we probably would have been banned from being near each other if we randomly, impulsively decided to, like, detonate probably past that part of the arena. Well,
Yeah, well, I mean, if it means anything, I haven't burned anything in a while, so... I also haven't used my magic offensively in a while, though, so I'm sure that's not a good sign.
Yeah, neither have I, buddy. Admittedly, I haven't really used any of it since arriving at the academy, and I'm feeling awfully ill. There's a reason.
Well, I could be mistaken, but I feel like maybe just due to what you are and what resistances your body should naturally have, I would imagine that you have some pretty good matchups against some people still.
Well, how do I word this? I typically have better matchups than, like, every slime to exist.
Oh, well, I mean, I would imagine that just from the fiery things that you were telling me earlier.
Yeah, pretty much. Apparently a lot of people think, well, they know that slimes are weak to fire, so obviously they go and shoot a fire at the grease slime and then they blow up and die.
That sounds about right. Hey, but that just means that whatever other weakness you end up having, which is probably water, you just avoid, and then you win every matchup known to man. Think about it.
Well, I mean, it's nice, really. That's the main thing that kind of does me.
Oh, does water not dilute your body?
No, my species normally has a racial trait which, typically speaking, makes water really good for it. Mine doesn't do that, but water doesn't really kill me off.
Oh,
it's kind of just like jumping in a bath, you know? Like, I kind of just exist.
Oh,
Really.
okay. That makes sense.
Rest well.
You're living.
That should get you up and right back up on your feet a bit.
I could give you a potion.
Oh,
but-
hi.
Alright. What if we get
Go
some
and
special
do what
salt
you
and put it
want.
underneath his nose? What'll happen then?
What the fuck are you talking about?
You know,
I
like
know
very
where to get
special
that.
salt. Go get
Don't
that.
do
Go get
it.
that. I want to see it on
Don't
him right
do
now.
it.
Right
Don't-
now.
Fighting is a
You're my
compliment.
best friend now.
Better at hand to hand, though.
If you ever wish to spar,
You touch me, I'll scream.
but I understand if you are quite busy.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm busy. He's a great
I didn't
spar.
actually get it.
I appreciate you fighting him.
This is warm now. Oh. This is warm now. This is my bed now.
I'm probably have to clean this off.
Go away, Magma.
Back it up later.
Shoo. Go away.
Whoa,
Go
back
away.
up on you.
It's not going away.
There it's going now.
I do really
Oh,
want
sorry,
to
Cerise.
I'm safe again.
Of course, just
My bad.
knock on my door.
I didn't see you there.
I'm happy to show you. I
Apologies.
wouldn't mind at all. I like indulgence.
Oh, Miss do that. You take care. I'll be heading to bed.
You only got one chance to use this today. Got one opportunity to use it.
You should have. I would have fought you with it. Oh, I was trying to surprise you today, but I couldn't do it. I almost have the arm blades.
That's a tall order for you, I know.
I know.
Yeah,
I don't make promises I can't keep.
I did not make this dagger, nor did I buy it.
Also, I will say it is nice fighting you, though. They do.
There's a fun story behind this dagger.
Is there? Did you win the lottery?
You're not.
No, I keep it out of spite.
We can spell right up.
Yeah, spite.
A little bit of lightning. What's the rest of it do?
I do have
Do
a
you
leather
two
armor
remember
set.
why I have this
I
dagger?
do have a leather armor set.
That won't save you that much.
Because you
let's
killed a
be honest.
cultist and took it because I tried stabbing.
No.
They did stab you with it.
Yeah, a cultist stabbed me in the rib cage with
Yeah,
it.
one of the
I kept it in my
fuckers
body
stabbed
for
it
the
if you
rest
kept
of the mission, and then when we got back to the academy, we took it out.
Class prize. That is the most metalist thing I've ever heard.
And now I keep it so that now, from now on, when we fight the whenever we fight the cult from now on, it is now spiteful because I'm stabbing them with their own weaponry.
Understand.
That's why. Oh, I'm learning their weaponry too. Virtue's giving me.
From chasing me.
I might be able to make the arm of the thingy majiggy.
Wonderful.
I want to smack them with it. It'd be funny.
I think everybody's good enough around here.
I think so.
Probably.
Understood.
It's enough leaking.
It was more about the thing that you approached me in the common room a while ago. You wished to speak
Blitz,
to
just
me
checking in. You doing alright?
Yes. What's that effect of casting lightning?
Don't remember.
I was
Takes
trying
a
to
bit to
remember.
cycle
You were assigned to me. I wanted to
Anything
have a
I
conversation
may
with you.
help with?
We can have it
I
during
don't
the
want
week
to
if
heal
you'd
you because I
like.
feel like you already got enough of
Specific
that.
you would like to learn.
No. I mean, I don't need
That
any
way I
healing.
know how to help you.
Self-regeneration with
So I want to learn more
Someone being a
melee
good
and
leader.
abilities,
By his
that way if
lightning.
people are
Yeah,
approaching
contrary
you,
to
we can
Fontaine's
keep
words.
them away.
It's the only other issues come from
Or different
Okay.
methods
Yeah.
of using
Who,
it.
Stone?
Well, I may not be experienced
Because
in
I always
dark
saw that
magic
you
or
had to
magic,
go to
no,
the
I
clinic,
do
Gil.
double check.
try to
Fontaine
explain
was a
how
little
I'm
harsh on
channeling
her
them.
earlier.
Yeah, hallucination.
I'll be honest,
Bullshit.
Gil, it was a
Anyway.
flat. Done flat.
I'm not even
he
sure
had
how.
a point. It's fine.
Kind of more of a hillish. Like more hills over there than flat here.
Please, can we do the tattoo while I'm not feeling anything?
tell my
Thank
ears
you.
slanted
Me and
on
Rita
the
just want to talk
little
about
slants, I'm not sure.
how
I don't feel
Yeah,
anything.
Past that, like,
potential
in the
how
trees,
you
couple
build
trees
99
ahead.
machine the bridge.
Not now. You can do it
Build
later.
one else
Sorry.
and
Talk about that
don't
during
never
the
go
week,
work.
if you prefer.
We'll do it later. I need you to be able to feel it.
You wish to talk with me?
Why?
It's not a masochistic
The
thing.
needle hurts.
I know it hurts. It's so I don't do something wrong.
I'll be in a clink for a moment.
You think that hurts? You think that hurts?
Okay, fine. You want to try the other one?
Deal.
That hurts worse.
I can even explain to you trading properties.
Since you're
Wanna be stronger?
vegetarian,
learn how to communicate with
Stone will
traders
probably be
and
staying in the
share.
clinic for at least a night.
I also
Thanks for letting me know.
Stone okay?
offer you, I do
He'll be
meditation
fine.
for myself.
Just
I
resting.
didn't break his core,
I
right?
use it with activities that I
No,
You
he's
barely did
fine.
anything to it.
Oh, thank God.
I release mana while I'm moving.
I blame Virtue.
Trust me, that
He
was the
told me where
first
to
thing I
hit.
saw when you whacked him on the face with
moving
it.
around my body.
Well, the problem was it's electrum hammers, and he said he was weak to it.
It helps me learn
Using
how
my
to
new
use
lightning
certain forms
orb
of
ability was fun.
You-
So I just
I
wanted to
haven't
make
had
sure.
the chance to use it in combat
You
since
missed
then.
it barely, but you know his core
Yeah,
was,
she definitely used the wall.
if anything, barely damaged. But he's okay.
Thank God. We're not trying to kill
He's
him.
just
easily play with your
No.
instruments
I
and
should have
try to
used
channel your
ice
mana
wall
He's
more
just
than
yeah,
usual.
lightning.
I never
don't
used
like
that
that,
before
so-
in an actual fight.
Yeah, I heard.
It's a new thing I started
Yeah.
It
using
didn't,
after
it
I
didn't help
realized
that
it
they
was
were being
good
charged
during
like
the
this from
tournament.
that one.
Yeah.
Mr. Reese, do you have by chance rubber?
Especially against
I do.
Darius beam from the
Do you
head.
mind if I
Oh, yeah,
have that?
I saved
Session has
Pull in
already
his
been
pocket.
conducted, but
I also have
we could
He's
use
gonna pull in
backup
his
just in
pocket. He's
case.
gonna pull a giant sheet of rubber.
Yeah, I see.
Thank you.
Why do you just keep it in your pocket?
Oh, I keep lots of things in my pocket. You can see him pull a hammer, a helmet, another sword.
How the fuck? Never mind, I'm gonna go to the clinic.
I see. So would you like
He's gonna pull out another hat.
I don't need pockets. I just teleport things.
Alright, fancy pants.
Then
giving it away.
I spent time to develop my own teleportation system.
Try infusing your magic into it. Like
Let
I
me
said,
have
for
this.
bouncing, it could be
He's gonna try to shove things in the pocket. Doesn't work.
Another method for it would be using your
See,
dark
this is why I don't use
magic
pockets.
I remember I don't have a bag on me.
Apologies.
I teleported this once.
Sword. Actually, if we want to, do you want to learn more melee?
Yeah, I threw it really, really hard.
So that way you can
And then I impaled a beast skin into a tree.
Professor,
And then that one I
That's
did the
kind of
same
shit
thing.
I strive to do.
Yeah, I did the same thing with that one and impaled another beast skin into a boulder, and I split the boulder.
Professor Cerise, I want to see your sword.
to have that aim.
You know, the first day, first time that
Can I have your blueprints later?
So when your mana veins are more used to that, you can push it.
Yeah,
Can I have your blueprints later? Okay, we'll talk
You'll have
more.
to ask
You
Ironwood.
use great swords.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
That wouldn't really work on me.
What? I'm gonna come talk to you later.
Yeah, no. It's mostly for the beast can have to use our cookery.
Ask Ironwood, he had these
lightning
made.
orb traveled fast, but I did
I'm
not
scared of
realize
him.
how
Never mind.
fast it traveled until this fight.
Also,
Why? Why are you scared of him?
He terrifies me.
By, enters, one of the enters
Threw Nako at Fontaine, and he did not look very happy at me.
Listen, I saw one of my lightning orbs miss every single
He gave me a
tree,
death stare, and I got
thought it
very
might have
spooked.
collateral
And everyone said
someone.
run, so I ran.
You know, you were good. You really don't follow that.
I mean, him and I can do most of the same thing.
And these two fucks fighting against the wall.
But you seem
I'm
nice.
working on controlling its trajectory mid-travel, but
You
it's taking
seem
time.
nice. You're nice, right?
So yes, a berry would be perfect.
I am nicer.
My beam spell.
I'll take it.
Another thing I suggest with
Yeah,
something
using
I
this
do
is
normally,
very fun.
I put
Yeah,
bubbles at
because
my
I
feet,
Green
or
chose more of a
so
visual
my
position,
overall
but I'm gonna
ground
see if I
underneath me
can make it
up and move very
more
quickly.
wider.
You could probably do something like that with
By
darkness.
keeping a
with maybe
distance.
Either dark or wind to muffle your
I've
sound.
never got the chance. I was hoping to get
Taking water
Irenaeus'
to hear
feet
you.
planted on the ground, but he moved before I could tackle
So
him.
if you need to
Because if I got his
relocate
feet
to
on the
get
ground, I
back in
could
the
have
air,
frozen the
it'd be
floor
good
and keep
use
him on
if
the
you lose
floor.
your opponents.
Try to do that with stone, but you kept stabbing me in the back.
I'm a bit unsure of constraints.
7 times was it? I'm sorry.
7 times, 7 stab wound in the spine.
Yeah, 7 axe strikes to your spine. I'm pretty sure I stabbed you in the chest like twice with my sword.
Yeah, you did.
You're even right. I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to remember.
If I had that rune though, it would have been a different story for this fight.
I'm a little brutal, I apologize.
I appreciate your fighting. I now know where to protect
I
myself.
was waiting for you or Gio to go and try to stop Nero's wings, because that sticky of the wings, ice of the wings. I was waiting for that.
Also, just because you fought me once doesn't mean you know my style. I am a very adept jack of all trades.
That's why I keep asking. We need to train more. I have some. I want your blueprint so I can supply you on the field. Because what happens with something that ice can't break? A metal would help you.
Kokuri gives her magic to everyone to help them.
You do realize I can hit with the force of like
Yeah, I know.
one of those like
Opposites in that
a
matter.
piston in Israel, right? I could hit with the
I'm
force of
aware.
that.
I'm aware.
But no, it's not because of how you look.
I could have hit with the force of that today, but I did not want to send someone flying into a
and
tree.
Sometimes I forget that
I was told to hold
He's a
back
giant.
from Sayori, so I was holding back.
I wasn't told, but I did.
Let me guess, is it because I don't
Yeah.
have the typical protrusion?
Apparently, I'm going through what they call a giant spurt or something. I don't know what that means, but yeah.
Sound like the
I'm
second
pretty sure
puberty?
if I uppercutted someone at
a wall.
Maybe. I'm pretty sure if I uppercut someone at full strength, they're flying like at
Kinda,
least 5
why?
feet in the air.
Irenaeus would like to speak with your entire team at the garden shack.
Okay. Do you crunches?
No, there goes the spine.
Hey,
That might take a while to fully heal.
Sure.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, isn't those
Yeah.
magical documents only available for...
I've only seen it for mine. because
Imaginary
I
carpet,
actually
get out of the way.
get This documented.
Imaginary
That's what I
technique
mean,
carpet.
Like, I don't normally
Yeah.
I don't look at them, so.
The garden
I
shack?
don't-
Where is the garden shack? That way?
So the sly fox is hiding.
That way.
Stood.
Probably.
I heard-
What
what was that long
build
pause
a
and
barrier,
stare?
and then over time seeing
I'm good.
what fits what you
Catch
would
you
like
guys
to
later.
do. Either be your current
See
style,
ya.
or unless you would like to build a secondary. Goodbye, Hotman, snake fucker. Then building up to see what
Guess that's his new nickname.
The Snussy.
But we can start with a barrier to give you range, like push people away and protect yourself, and we could see what kind of style you would like to continue going, or even branch off into a different style for future reference. In case your alternative works.
For the day, because I do feel like they're not exactly around either, so.
That's fair.
It was more that I was going to ask. I did not have as much situational awareness as I thought I would up above the tree line. I missed the vast majority of your fight. So I wanted to hear about it.
Oh. That makes sense.
Yes, actually, I wanted to also ask you, Wilhelm, about why your sword was left on the ground as it was.
Yeah, This thing is made of enchanted metal from virtues. It's not listening.
Okay.
The spirit of that sword didn't seem to want to stay with you, I guess.
It did not. It also doesn't help that I dulled it down for this fight because it has a true edge according to virtues, and it can cut through a lot of things. And
used to
do not use it against people.
as much as I
You
move
say
my
it's a
body
true edge.
today. That's
He
all.
worded it as that.
Viviana had her
Right.
first
Somewhat
turn
understand.
today.
It cuts through armor.
My second, technically.
I said first today, though.
Yeah, first today, you're right.
It was also I wanted to ask you, Willem, about your role in the fight. How well did you think the plan actually held up to
Not
the fight?
able to move my lower half of the land as much.
I think it went really well at the beginning, and then we kind of started falling off when Blitz and Koku got pushed off of their targets because I got surrounded multiple times.
Well,
I was gonna say, you got surrounded and then surrounded, and then it was like, oh
It's
god,
because
what's
after
happening?
Geo stuck me to the tree and the ground at the same time. Then I got impaled in the ground, and then Prez iced me into the ground, so I was triple stuck. Like, couldn't really move.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I only had to move by breaking the ground
so I
itself.
could not fly anymore. I could not
At
move as
that point,
fast.
I was still fighting aura in the air, so I didn't have any idea.
Yeah. It's okay.
Was she actually in the air that much? I didn't actually get to see the full fight.
No. She made a good decision. She stayed below the tree line, which made me have to look for her.
I'm pretty sure I scared the crap out of her, though. I threw the Y-hander right at her wing. She barely dodged it.
Sorry, I kind of.
I think that would scare the crap out of anyone.
That's how you stick a bug to a tree. Stop them flying.
can't imagine being able to one-handed fly on my face. That's terrifying thought.
Isn't that a
And how
really...
well were you able to
isn't
face
that
off against stone?
a sword that's like... Wait. What is this my hand?
Who are you asking this question to? Wilhelm or?
Willem.
I'm assuming Wilhelm, yeah.
Yazashi.
Yes?
Yes.
Oh!
Wilhelm?
Not hear my question, Willem.
That's a
Pardon
Are
me?
you speaking right now?
I asked you a question.
Oh, apologies. Could you repeat flexing my ears?
I asked you, how well did you think you faced off against stone?
Oh, you need to know.
Honestly, I felt like I could do better. It sounds like he prepared for me as much as I prepared for him. He switched to tungsten this time, even though I was using electrum and enchanted steel. It was still very hard to move.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I feel like
I
I
am
distracted
curious,
him
where
decently
did
enough
you get
until I
this-
got him to be pinned for most of the fight, but it's just at the end when they regrouped together, they overpowered me and I couldn't defend our team.
I am curious though, where did you get this preparation for electricity?
Electrum?
Yes.
I brought it back from the workshop with me when I went to Israel.
Oh, I didn't realize that Israel has such an offers. These are
It's
actually
not
kind of
from
valuable information
Israel.
to know.
It's my family runs a smith.
As long as it doesn't go above my head.
I see. Sorry. Again, I'm not very acquainted with all these wars and...
You're okay.
Okay.
In hindsight, it would have been better if we designated one of you to be able to keep open communication with me.
Yeah. I told Blitz to try to talk to you because I was too busy. Because Blitz was resting a lot due to the
Yeah, please don't hit
healing of lightning, but I think he was a bit
Don't
distracted.
hit the rune.
I never heard a thing.
Don't hit the rune behind you.
Perhaps it never went through.
Behind me? It's behind me.
Don't hit the rune on the
hit
fireplace.
The rune behind you.
Oh, that room. Got it,
Yazashi.
okay.
Yeah, don't hit it.
Anyways.
I'm okay,
I
don't
see.
worry.
So I wasn't quite sure how the communication was being spoken of between you all either. And it did seem like I realized, it's too much as my surprise in a way, the fact that because you were flying in the air, there was a lot more pressure for people on the ground because of your unable to see past any of the tree lines.
Yes, I was blitzing them. The fighting tactic.
I think
Yes.
the tactics
I was
went
gonna say.
well at the beginning. I think you going ahead and starting the fight with the barrage definitely worked for a bit. To act up on it.
They weren't looking up and they were all traveling as a group, so I went behind them and just barraged them.
Yeah.
I think the part where it broke down is once we lost Coco.
That's exactly what I told Cube.
Overwhelmed.
Nobody
Yeah, I
ever
couldn't get a word
bothers
out
to
quick,
look
not
up.
Quite right at the moment.
Yeah.
3 on 1.
And
is
admittedly,
That was at least
it's,
just within the last
would you
minute.
also suggest that possibly as an idea that actually Irenaeus would be the one to start the fight, making sure that he's constantly more on the offensive than the search, giving out like anything for people on the
Question
ground to
for
do
me, or-
call-outs for them? Oh, no, I'm just speaking out loud to Irenaeus and Wilhelm here, actually.
Sit down.
We're going
not
after
on
an
order.
after battle report.
Perfect. I was hoping we would do that.
I was more asking the others. The plan that was developed. How do you think it held up?
I only got to see the first half in the aftermath, sadly.
I used to always
So at the start, it felt like it was strong, and
Sayori
then
stuffed
at
me
the
in
end,
the
it
mailbox.
fell apart.
Sayori,
So I
what-
take
what-
partial
what?
to blame for
Sayori stuffed me in a mailbox.
Did you deserve it?
escalating.
No.
Yeah.
For once, no.
Yes.
Oh.
And then
No, they
Biol
don't
threw me
lie.
from the front of the school to the garden.
Pissing off the gods.
My bones
I
hurt.
saw that firsthand.
Through you?
Make it small.
Understood. I'll talk to him later.
Yeah, like.
In reality, it seems the fight actually separated into two different fights.
It really
Aura and
did.
I, and then
Also,
all
I'm
of you.
just letting you know, since Virtues isn't here, I might need to have a talk with
Please
you at
come
some
here,
point.
Laura. It's
No, it
the after
is.
battle report.
And
That's perfectly
Just letting you
fine.
know.
Yeah, that's perfectly
the
fine.
only ones that can really do anything on Aura.
This rug
Aura
eats
and I had a
feet.
good
So.
chance of taking each other out. Yeah.
It's red for a reason.
Each other.
Oh no, the blood of past victims.
What?
Well, I suppose
You
I
wanna
guess
get
I
out
may
walking here?
pick something better against wind.
You can. We're just having the after battle report right now. Being
I had
talked about.
forgotten Aura had that ability.
Walking on.
Yeah.
Or is a tough cookie. You there?
No,
you
she
little
is.
Tough cookie.
Hmm?
I think we definitely broke their chain of command, for at least for Stone, especially when I welded his mouth shut. But I don't know
I'm
how long
glad
that
about
lasted.
that at least.
Felt bad, but felt good at the same time.
I'm glad though at least I didn't hit Kokiri with the darkness. That was the one thing I was worried about. So I might have gone a little Malzy on Beol to compensate.
Oh,
wait,
I just realized
I can do the
we had a technical loss.
Good.
Leviticus, no.
Actual-
Don't do that right now, please.
Why not? Fireplace.
There are people here who are not comfortable with it.
They're in water. It's a
No,
fireplace.
that's not what I mean. That's not what I mean, Leviticus. Please trust me.
When it comes, I feel like if the fight went on longer and didn't have the disqualification of the outside
There were no
world.
As much as I would
I
love
won't
to
be
have
happy
it,
about it.
Exactly.
Give me a second,
Other
Nikos.
circumstances didn't trigger.
Leviticus, come
honestly.
here. Come here. Come here.
I don't need an explanation. I already know what you're talking about.
Beol
Nope,
and
come here,
Aura
please.
both were good at
I
healing
already know what you're
constantly.
talking about. I don't need
It's not
this.
magical healing, more objective.
I appreciate the thought, but I
Since
already
need
know what
to
you're gonna say.
push further, more than normally I would be able to.
Yeah, it's not news. I know.
No,
My
that's not it,
veins are
Leviticus.
soar off in the wind.
That's not it.
Okay. I can't wait for you to drag me away just for me to already know, but okay.
Besides that, how are you three holding up? Apologies if I pushed you all too much too.
Nonsense. It was great.
At
It
least
seems
I
the
was
new
able to
track record
keep-
is ribs broken every week.
At least the lightning wasn't too much for the both of you though, so that was my main concern.
Well, I prepared for you this time with the lightning cameras.
Oh, thank you.
Although using
What
Electrum,
light
not very
lightning?
happy about it.
Beol's.
Oh, that.
Banana came in handy.
The sandwich.
No, I ate it. It's the soul of the sandwich I ate. This happens after I eat food apparently.
Oh.
It doesn't happen no more.
If I have considered wrong? Yeah.
I'd say
I want to apologize for
this is soft criticism.
you getting caught in the crossfire.
I would
of
say
those runes.
areas, given the way your ability
Oh my god.
focus directly on your ability to work with several
I
weapons.
wanted to apologize considering
That would be
Yeah.
actually
Kind
Your
of
skill will grow with your skill with your weaponry. Even if you're already skilled at creating it.
I just wanted to see what was happening
able to
because I'm
I'm
kind
still
was that for
practicing
Wilhelm
more.
or
couldn't really see over the wall.
For instance, you can make a giant sword, but how actually well trained are you with
Well, thank
fighting
you.
with a
I
Zweihander?
appreciate it.
It's still something new to me. I'm still getting lessons. I was just been told to be practicing with it.
Then your threat as a fighter will grow exponentially with skill, rather than focusing on your magic itself.
Of course.
Actually, I might
I'm
take
building
some-
myself to be a close quarter anyways. Kind of durable, keeping the pressure on them. Especially with the rune coming up, I'm getting
Actually, I
drawn.
have a question for you, Wilhelm.
Yes?
When it comes to your weapon magic, are you creating a weapon or reshaping your element into different shapes?
I'm creating on the fly. As great as that sounds, it's a lot more complex in the background.
Okay.
I
I'm
have
trying
to
to
know
find-
the insides out, essentially.
There's so many people who create weapons but not reshape the element into a weapon. So it's hard to find something that can help both me and Menace learn more.
Blitz, I have a question.
I might have an answer.
When you mean reshape, like taking a weapon and using your element to change it, yes?
Like, for example, let's use Menace. He does not summon weapons, but he takes his coral and he shapes his coral that he makes. For me, I can harden my lightning, but I haven't really figured out how to utilize it anyway.
You mean like how I make my arrows?
Exactly.
The only person I can think of is Biol. Biol does that with his element.
Oh, yeah. I was... Okay, sandwich? Okay, bye. I was gonna
For
say,
nothing.
Blitz, I'm both, actually. I'm components and mana magic shaping. If I don't have the materials within me, I can just make it out of my element at the time. So
If
it
you
kind of
want
fits in both.
Blitz, if you don't want to talk to Biol, Alphonse is a professor that talks about using one's magic to reshape.
That might be more useful. Because don't get me wrong, Biol is good too, but how he fights is a little bit different than what I'm picturing, if it makes sense.
I mean, I'm willing to help you too if you need.
I'll keep you both in mind. I think talking to the Bloodmasked one might be a fit.
I'm pretty sure because he's talked about it's how Alphonse can shrink and enlarge without being how Nako does it.
So hello, Fountain. I hope your watch of the fight was fun.
It was actually. I was actually thoroughly entertained. I'm gonna do a bit of my own personal learning.
What do you think, though, Blitz? How was the fight? On your part?
I think we were doing good near the beginning. There are certain things I know I should have done different. For example, there's not much anything I can do on Aura. The only range I have on her is dark magic. Which would have done the same thing that Biol was doing to me the entire time, which would be healing you the entire time, basically. There's also other abilities I could have used that would have assisted or added chaos to the field.
Did you
But
not
also... No, I didn't use my fear. I was tempted
I
to,
won't
especially
lie,
with how
that
Stone was
surprised
already
me.
unstable. But I promised I wouldn't use it to be cruel unless needed for it. I still suggest virtues I want to do some sort of mental training with some of the students who are more uncareful and... how would I put it? Impulsive to their emotions. I think I could be good at teaching them how to do better. Of course, with some assistance in case people are less in their parts, depressingly. Because I'm not surprised if I can do something like that, there must be more out there.
No.
Exactly.
I won't lie, Blitz. Due to the fact that you can make people, lose a little bit of control, that was why I considered you another high priority target.
I take that as a compliment. I'm glad. Though I must admit your wind arrows hurt like a bitch. But I'm very thankful you can do it. Because if it hurts me, then it'll hurt someone else worse.
Indeed, because then I will aim to kill.
Exactly, dear. That's why I appreciate talking to you. I completely understand it. I must admit.
I believe I restrained my light magic too much.
Oh, I don't know.
I can say this, it still hurt, and I will admit I had Miss Sayori give me some extra protection specifically against light.
That's cheating.
No, that's
Because I did not
understandable.
want to lose a limb.
That's also
That is why I warned Gio I would not hold back, and I warned you of the dual light users. Didn't want to be disqualified for either people dying. I'd be upset if you died, honestly.
I told you should ask.
So don't die on me yet, alright?
I still received what I needed, however.
Oh,
I have
Irenaeus,
no
you did your
plans on
garage.
doing such a
I
thing.
did suplex stone into it.
Especially
You're
no,
quite protective of those I care for
not
so
even
far.
here during
I
a
was. I saw it and I
simple
punched you
mock
into it.
battle.
It would be depressing, surely.
Glad that was
It was very interesting punching Buell in the face, even though it did nothing.
Yeah, he's like punching a brick wall. It sucked.
That's
Even
why I
with
had to
metal
bite
and
into
fire,
him.
nothing.
And there's the joys of being a starborn.
Yeah, I bet that's nice, isn't it?
Yes, imagine someone trying to punch me in the face and then they're breaking their knuckles on my face.
Yeah, I had a crocodile beastkin punch me in the face.
Trying to punch people in the face is like me holding a sword by the blade. I don't think it would go.
It's fine though.
Easy solution is just easy solution. Just be a starborn.
I mean, the easier solution was I just killed him. That's why I have those teeth sitting on Ironwood's desk.
That is also sad. Look, you don't have to worry about getting. You don't have to fear about or worry about getting hit in the face if you're just simply a starborn. There you go.
Partially why
They'll just break their they'll break their knuckles on your face.
I saw how much lightning that was going towards you.
Remember,
Yeah.
lightning favors me over everyone else.
It is one of the funnier things that happens sometimes, or at least what happened in my youth. The amount of times that people would like come by and try and just take anything from me just because of the fact of my last name. And it's just like, oh yes, I have like a dagger drawn to me, and it's like, go ahead and hand over your money. I'm like, no.
I feel
And
like if we didn't lose you two, we would have got
the
the upper hand eventually.
funniest thing was seeing someone actually go to punch me in the face and they just break his fingers. And I'm like, you do realize that I made a rock, right?
Were you allowed
You
back
just
in
punched
after
a
the god's
ball.
taken you?
Yes,
found out
though
something.
it took a bit for me to get my legs back. They were a bit wobbly.
It's rather
so-
hilarious.
I had thought the way shield worked.
I mean, that's part of what I want to work with virtues on.
I found out after the battle that no, that shield actually absorbed my light.
Because I can make that
It
wall
absorbs
of rock,
light and dark at the same time.
but I want to see if I can combine it with
It took some of the fire magic
what
and like popped.
he's good at doing and make like a stone
Apparently
armor.
what I was straining it near the end.
Interesting.
had
Oh, that
plenty
is.
of mana left.
No, that's a horrible idea. That's completely devious.
Hmm.
Battle the shield completely and
Stone
with
armor.
fear.
So
Should be too
me
weak to handle.
shooting fire at it the whole time was good then as well. I don't really
Really
know.
I admit
interesting.
that it was intelligent to force me to use much of my mana on protecting my shrine, but it was still very dangerous. I had many types inside. It would have been very bad if it broke.
I told you we need to make something protective for
I
that.
suppose, yes.
We do.
My goal when it comes to aiming for that was in the sense of disarming.
Yeah, I mean.
I did tell you the very first day that were it to be broken, it would be very bad for everyone nearby.
Worse than Onyx's boogie bombs.
Right.
I did aim for stone score though, so I
I'd
can't
rather
have any
not
better.
just to see what's worse. The shrine being broken or my book being open.
Yeah, I feel kind of bad about it.
No worries. I do need to talk to him
I don't
after
want
this.
to.
I don't
want to test and see what
No, I don't want to test that theory either.
Practice.
You're the reason why I had to remove metal from it.
Right. Though I will say, if you guys need me, I am going to medical though, since Stone does need to talk to me. So any last comments before I must go?
Barring later this week?
One more time. You and first, what do you want?
No, I would say no. I have no further questions or comments.
And you, Wilhelm.
I'm down to do some sparring with you because I need to train against lightning and dark, as well as help you with your
Alright.
weapons.
Just keep your lava and fire away from me so I don't have to worsen my wings worse, and then we'll be fine.
Do not worry, I will not be using it.
Need training against dark? Want me to put some more runes for you?
Oh, we should work together.
I will
I
blow
think
up
that'll
the
be
ground.
quite enjoyable.
I will grab Q and throw his slime everywhere. I will. Don't test me. You can
I
make
have some more
landmines,
things
I
to
can
say
make
to
them
Q
too.
later.
I'm checking a few of my Centurions.
I already thought of a Q getting some of his slime and putting it in jars and throwing them and
Do
lighting them
give
like bombs.
Stone our regards.
I do need to talk to Q about cannon maneuver. That will be the Centurion's signature ability.
Wait, what will be?
Huh?
What did you say it was?
Oh, cannon or catapult maneuver? Or orbital strike?
Okay. I don't know how that would work, but alright.
Don't worry about it. You'll find out one day we do a house training.
Oh my goodness.
Also,
the
good job,
sound of that.
Ernest, on the first ambush you did on the main group. Coming from the sky. I was trying to figure out where you were.
I had spotted Stone, his giant hammer through the trees, so I knew your relative position and was able to get behind you. That ability is best used at the beginning.
Indeed.
I was gonna ask you, Ernest, how much can you continuously let out your magic?
My magic's incredibly efficient. I would say, if I had to actually put a number to it, I definitely used over half of what I had during that fight.
Understandable.
However, I don't get tired, so you won't see it.
Of course. I'm sad we didn't get to test out how tough Stone would be against your laser if we just held him there.
If that were the case, I could use a larger one. He's one of the few I think actually wouldn't die from it. Though even then, that's still a gamble.
Yeah. Okay, I think I'm gonna go to the medical real quickly get checked up since they told me to. Before I relax for the day.
That would be a good idea.
Yeah. Although I don't want to get overhealed since I've already been healed by 3 people. So, with that, if you need me, I'll be in the dorms. I'm D1. If you need anything. Catch you later.
Well done,
Yeah.
Thank you. You too.
Also, I need to ask Kokiri. How is your shrine, considering all of the shots that was fired towards it? It ain't got too damaged, I hope?
It is somewhat scuffed, but I attempted to put up as many shields on it as I could. Kept more focus back there.
Good.
I released the rest of the mana, so in case there were a leak. But it does not seem to be the case.
My tea got cold. Grab some tea. I'll be back.
Yes.
Oh god. They arrived just to leave, it seemed like.
May I bother you, Yasushi?
Yeah, what's up?
Are you able to pull the water?
Pull the water? What do you want me to do exactly?
Dry.
Oh.
Dry her. Pull it off her.
Yeah.
Is what she's attempting to ask.
I don't know if I'm the model, but yes, it's done.
Thank you.
Also, Eunice, I'm kind of curious from your perspective.
Yes.
How would you say I should improve in your perspective?
Your arrows are incredibly precise. However, when you're facing a target that is small and either equally or more mobile than yourself. Let's say you need something with a wider spread. You're very good at it. You're accurate. You managed to hit me dead on. The only reason it didn't affect me much was because I had already gotten my shield up. It would have been a direct hit otherwise. I saw where it landed, and it would have hit about, I think, somewhere around here, on my abdomen.
Hmm.
If I were to be placed in your position, either something that you can control the actual direction of in flight, or something with a wider spread. Have you considered trying to notch multiple arrows?
It could be a possibility, though then I also need to make sure I switch the arrows more constantly. There's a reason why you don't see me just using a single element constantly.
My tea is now warm.
Yeah, did you get Wilhelm to warm it up?
Though I might look into it. And I also appreciate the perspective. The more
And that's if
perspective,
you
the
want to
better.
stay at ranged.
You don't nothing.
What close quarters options do you have?
I see everything.
Well, you got to experience one of them, which was, you know, the runes, though.
And that, yes.
Then I can literally recreate my fan and release that as, you know, heavy gusts of wind. Which I did try to use against you whilst you were mid-air, though did not really work out. They worked wonders on Blitz.
One thing you could consider is if your arrows left sort of trail of dark. Large clouds meant specifically to blind those in the air. Even if it doesn't hit directly.
And then I would technically have to reconstruct the arrows themselves when they're being made.
You would simply need to make them leak.
Yes. Making them leak without losing too much of their impact, though.
Well, the idea is less impact. This is more for a target that you have a low chance of hitting. But you can get close to. Say you're confident that you can get the arrow at least within 3 feet of them. If it was releasing large amounts of dark clouds the entire way, you could potentially, it would leave a trail exactly where you shot it from, so I would suggest you move. But
Well,
you can
that's what I
potentially
have my wind
ruin
for.
some of their visibility. Yes.
And technically that technically have 2 implications if I were to do that, if I'm not mistaken.
interested in her chair, and I remember he wanted to like add some like weird upgrades to it. Oh, we're talking about David.
Fair enough. I'm gonna start drinking
Yeah.
in the game room. Will said he might join us along with Cube and Blitz.
That's fair.
Ugh.